That's what I keep on saying till I lose my mind. Feel like a man in a series, shine like a moon in the night sky. Can you believe it till the end of your life? Oh, we some backs into a room. That's enough for satisfaction. Ready, know how to have fun. No need of explanation. Whoa, what's it worth of nothing? Whoa, what's it worth of nothing? Sure, that doesn't matter. Oh, storyteller. Whoa, what's it worth of nothing? Whoa, what's it worth of nothing? Oh no, it doesn't matter. So we will never lose.
Oh, yeah. Recap it. Bro.
Fuck, which one of us is it?
I think it's technically me.
Go for it.
I hope that I'm not dumb. And literally last time I said the same thing. But, yeah. We finally went to Merlot Labs after our mission. Talked with them a bit. Love that guy there. Love Merlot Mouse. Found out some interesting details about I do believe there we found out some details of what he wants us to do more thoroughly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wants us to put those, like, go to different locations, put those sonic emitters in the ground, once he's finished with them. So, at some time in the near future, he will tell us he needs us to actually do that. The rest of the conversation was talking about Delta and Omicron and stuff, and watching him almost orgasm. Until Piper came in and said, "Get the fuck out of here! You need to go."
Yeah,
now,
and then Piper
go.
was like, "Hey, listen, man. You guys are literally going to be late, so get on." Oh, also, let me talk about Romeo for a second.
Good idea.
Oh, whoa, that guy's fucked up. I got him high. I mean, he must be on drugs. Let's be real. He must be on drugs.
Literally.
He's fucked up, not doing too good. Being a huntsman kind of fucks you up. What can you do, huh? Honestly, it's probably better just to die. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then we headed off to meet with... We dashed off to meet with the mayor. Gwen was fuming like, fuck, I hate that fucking scientist. I hate science. I hate him for not telling us about the meeting. Fuck. She didn't say it exactly like that, but I tried to interpret what Liam was saying.
It was close.
The feelings were there, definitely.
Yeah, and then we, rode in a car. We talked about how this sucks that we're going to be late and look like idiots. We have been waiting to meet with this man for so long, and now the first impression he'll have is that we're idiots who can't keep time.
Pretty cool, huh?
Pretty cool, right? So we arrive on the plantation. And, yeah, it's like a plantation. But hey, gave him jobs, right? Like, come on.
Yeah, what do you fucking want?
What the fuck do you people want?
Didn't the show already do this? This is a rerun.
Yeah, this is so astroturfed. Anyway. Yeah, so, Felix didn't feel so great about that. A little uncomfortable, but, I'm sure Clara was fine with it.
What a freak.
We all walked into the...
I love slaves!
I love slaves! Then we walked into there and, to the mayor's house, excuse me, his big plantation house, and we were told to, hey, he's in a meeting, in parentheses. He'll get to you when he can, wink. So we had to go wait in the library for a while, in which we met our guy, Bastion, right? It's Bastion?
Yeah, Bastion Ganymede.
Bastion Ganymede. He's a little, he's a little stickler for the rules, a little lawful. We did some bant with him.
Yeah, he was
and,
saying, I want to be my insider, I work for the Royal Crown.
Yeah, he's like, listen, this guy's like going behind the king's back. That's pretty cringe, right? I think we can all agree that's cringe. To which everyone kind of like rolled their shoulders like,
Yeah!
One person said, yeah, I'm sure.
Ready. Over there. luckily distracted by Garth
Yes.
Merengue.
And then he was like, listen, you know he's not, like, actually in a meeting, right? Like, he's just doing this because he can. And then everyone was like, I mean, it's hard to tell. But, you know, I mean, that's totally what was happening. Like, 100% in fact. Like, literally, there's no proof, but basically, I mean, come on. Come on now.
He wouldn't just
make us wait for no reason just because he could, right? That's kind of psychotic.
Come on.
But, you know, it worked out. We learned some, some things from him. And then we left and met with the mayor who called us an idiot. Well, I don't know the exact word to use, but I'm sure idiots, late,
dullard, unprofessional.
Yes, unprofessional left. Children also left his mouth several times. Yeah, it was all around not the greatest optics that Team Supernova have ever had.
Definitely.
We have some pretty bad ops, frankly.
Definitely
but hey,
not Snow White.
Hey, man. You know, it could have gone worse. And then we left the office, and I do believe that's where we... That's where we left off, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah.
That is where we left off.
We left off on, like, walking out.
Yeah, we were walking out.
Cinematically, the door closed on our session and the room.
Yeah. Like, well, Mr. Mayor,
I'm the governor. Right.
Mr. Governor, we're good, right? And he shuts the door. You're like, yeah.
Yeah, dude. White boy summer.
And you're like,
White boy summer.
Aren't you kind of being aren't you kind of mean to shut up. Okay.
I mean,
are you... What should I... Can't you just give him more money? Yeah.
Come on, don't say things like that.
You're bald.
You're bald!
Got him, Viridian.
Felix, he was pretty fat, huh?
Pretty fat.
Yes, I think that's pretty fucked up to say, though.
I've never seen a fat person before. This is horrific.
Yeah, wait. Oh my god, you're right. Wait, no, we saw that pig man.
Yeah, you've seen plenty of fat people. I thought that was just a faunish thing.
I thought it was just
that was just a fun.
I thought it was just Lawrence being funny.
Oh right, we lived in shade where people like starved to death. Right.
Yeah.
Oh right.
They play dice for food.
Outside
crack.
Outside the what would a vacuum 7-Eleven be?
It's a hookah.
They can't count, so it's hard to tell.
Yeah, it's a good summation of it. Alright. So yeah. What are you guys' feelings as you're shuffling out of the mayor's governor's little home
Oh my god, I called him the mayor, didn't I? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. What are your thoughts as you're shuffling out of that office?
Oh, do you want to go down?
I would say Felix is feeling a little awkward and a little bit bad because, you know, we got called idiots. But, you know.
Well, I don't feel great because I was just insulted, but...
I was just insulted by somebody who is running the operation that I am currently a part of.
That's a good point.
The man who literally called for us to be here.
He doesn't seem happy, and I don't like that.
I don't like that. That seems not okay.
Clara was... Most of today, Clara was pretty mad, dealing with Yusuf. Bastion turned out to not be as bad. Well, like, you know, he's kind of aggravating, but he wasn't, like, literally doing what he did on the train, so it wasn't... It got better from before, so... and Claire didn't like the way McDonald was, like, talking to them. And, like, how she was feeling. But near the end, when she got, like, a feeling that, like, okay, it actually feels like he's berating us and talking about, like, the way things work. And I don't agree, but I don't agree with some of the things he does, but I agree with the reason he does them from, like, the interpretation Clara got of him at the end. So when she left the room, instead of really being upset anymore, she's more, like, kind of determined to, like, you know, she feels like she's getting a better idea of how she wants to handle the rest of the mission here in Mount Glen. After talking to literally the man in charge, and now, like, you know, it feels like now we have a better picture on, like, what's going on in the sense of, like, who we're answering to.
Now you know it's a loud, angry, bald man.
That Clarigan finds some respect for in the way he seems to at least view his station.
Felix used facts and logic to dismantle my argument. I kind of respect that.
Yeah.
Why isn't Gale this smart? Why don't we have leaders like this?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why do we live in? Why do we
call
live in
Gale an
sandstone?
idiot too?
Yeah, yes.
I
called Gale a
did.
fucking idiot.
There
He
was a
hates
little
to deal with it.
inkling there. Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, those two wouldn't get along.
No. Felix, I just realized we've been walking around New York City for a while, and we live in, like, Afghanistan with, like, sand huts.
we do not live in Afghanistan.
And Felix, these buildings are a lot more, like, normal than where we
They're
live.
homely.
Felix, you're filled with scorpions and turtles.
That's free food.
I know, that's the worst part. I'm starting to think like that also.
Now, is this
Alright.
Clara, or...
Yeah. That's just Felix's brain.
That's Felix's version of Clara in his mind.
Yeah. He her accent's a little hard sometimes, so he made it simpler in his head.
Oh no, I don't know why it's so funny to me to think in canon Felix can't do an approximation of Clara's voice.
So that's his best impression.
Oh god, that's really funny. Oh no.
Felix is bad at impressions.
Felix is bad at impressions.
Makes a lot of
That's
sense.
really funny.
It's very funny to me.
That's pretty funny.
Alright. But yeah, as you guys were thinking that and making your way out and gathering yourselves, you hear someone, like, absolutely murdering a piano. Just awful, tone deaf, like, approximation of trying to play through a song. But it's bad. It sounds like they either have big hands or small hands or something and aren't even reaching half the keys they need to. As you, look over towards the sound of the noise over the large room. You see a young redhead child in a little, you know, like one of those, like, funny rich kid little trousers and, like, dress shirt combos with a big little bow tie around his neck and stuff. Seems kind of spiffy, and he seems energetic and into it. And this housekeeper is trying to listen along and has a very, like, forced expression of happiness as they're trying to say, and gently edge him towards playing it not completely off key, as he seems to be doing his best and failing horribly.
All right.
And here is Hans McDonald.
Sorry, just reading this quickly.
It's like a piano is falling down a staircase.
So as Clara was walking out of the room, she was, like, thinking about, like, you know, how do I want to approach the rest of this? And she kind of already decided, well, in the room, like, the answer to that. So when she hears this ungodly wailing from the piano, just begging for death, she'll kind of, like, you know, just be like, okay, I can think on that and talk to the team about that later. Let's go figure out where you know, the small animal is dying. So she'll just, like, kind of look back to everyone and obviously just start walking in that direction, because I'm sure everyone is kind of like, what the fuck?
Yeah, of
Yeah, Felix is, you know, ears are twisted a bit, you know, like, oh god, this sounds awful.
Twinkle, twinkle. It's just, like, terrible, yeah. As you get a bit closer towards the kid, he immediately sees out of the corner of his eyes movement from his dad's office and looks excited and then sees you guys, and he doesn't look unexcited, he just looks confused for a second, and he gets more excited. He hops off the piano, almost knocking the table over and falling on the ground on his face.
Can I attempt to reach out to try and grab him if it looks like he's gonna fall?
No, he fell on his face.
Alright.
No, this is as you're approaching. He has already fallen on his face. The housekeeper looked relieved the piano stopped and then kind of gestured also, like you probably did, towards him when you saw he was stumbling. And the kid just kind of chuckles and pulls himself up awkwardly and dusts himself off a little bit and goes, "Oh, jeez! Good thing it was on the carpet." As he looks around with a little scrape on his forehead that's bleeding a little bit. It wasn't fully on the carpet.
Yeah, you all...
Oh, jeez! Are you huntsman?
In training.
Oh, where are my manners? I'm the young Master McDonald, but you can call me Hans, because that's my name. And the little blood drips past one of his eyes, and he goes, "Oh." And he starts rubbing his forehead a little hard. Oh, that's not good. It doesn't hurt that much.
Clara will take out a handkerchief. It's rosin. She'd want it to be used this way. And give it to him.
To be helped with a young bailish noble, her favorite. Yeah. So he'll take it happily and go, "Thanks!" and start rubbing it all over his forehead, just kind of smearing the blood a little bit, and then pause and then start dabbing it and holding it.
No problem.
Wow! I didn't know huntsmen came with handkerchiefs. That's cool.
You learn to keep handy things around. I'm Clara Mesora, leader of Team Supernova.
Wow! He just lets out with sparkly eyes.
And
I saw you at the Vinyl Festival. You guys were cool.
Clara will kind of smirk a bit.
Oh, jeez. And in person, I thought you guys looked like you were out of school already. Oh, wow.
Nah, we still got a little more in us.
Whoa, really? Oh. That must mean you guys are super good huntsmen when you get out of school. Especially if you're meeting my dad. He only sees really important people.
Clara will kind of look up a bit and just kind of rub her nose. I mean, probably does mean something like that.
Really, Clara? Just mumbles off to the side. Wow! He looks around at all of you, blinking a little bit. He looks at Felix. "Can I touch your horns?"
Felix will just look at him and he'll... I'm sure he's been asked this before, so he'll just be like, "Sure."
Cool! He runs up towards you and nearly bumps into you and stops as you're leaning your head down a little bit for him to reach as he gets on his tippy toes and grabs at him a little bit awkwardly. Whoa! These aren't as hard as I thought they'd feel.
Many people say that.
Jeez! That must be hard to sleep with!
Well...
And you can't wear a lot of hats!
That is also true.
You can kind of poke holes in them.
Yeah, that'd have to be pretty big holes to go through all the notches. Oh well. I've worn hats that are more torn up than that. Wow! What are you guys doing here? Are you gonna get rid of some Grim? Wait, does that mean there's Grim nearby?
Nothing we can't handle.
So there are Grim? Oh, jeez, really? Wow, cool!
Clara will kind of look at the rest of the team being like, does he not know that Grim just roam around out there?
No. There ain't no Grim nearby, kiddo. If that's what you mean. Oh. Okay, well that's cool. I don't want there to be Grim nearby if you guys, in general, I guess. But I thought it'd be cool to see Huntsman fight Grim. But I guess it's better that they're not nearby. There's a lot of people here.
Yeah, but I mean, this place seems pretty secure with, how it's all built and everything to stop Grim from getting in.
Well, sure, that's why I was still excited. Dad only builds the best houses. And Dad didn't even build this one. Grandpa did. Or Grandpa's grandpa. Or it might go further than that. But that means they were even, more impressive. That's what Dad said.
Clara kind of
looks around confused a second. Dad refitted it. A few times, though.
I was about to say, this place, I mean, has a bit of a older look, but it doesn't look like it's actually that old.
Uh-huh. It's been refitted a few times. It's not old like our castle was.
Castle?
Yeah, Miss May. I mean, what? You don't expect nobles to have a castle or two?
Do they all have those?
Well, I mean, yeah, Everine shrugs a little, like, perturbed that you would have to ask. And Gwen sighs and goes, they can't actually all have castles, Rain. Well, I mean, they all owned land. They had to have citadels or something like that. Citadels. That's like, another word for castles, I think. Yeah, anyway, that was old. But, this place is a little less old than that was. But this place will get older than it, because that place doesn't exist anymore. So yeah!
Is it just gone?
Yeah, Dad blew it up!
Blew up? Why?
Blow up? What do you mean? What? Y'all blew up on your ancient castles, strongholds, and stuff like that? Ain't them like, what's the word for it? When it's like a site you want to keep around, even if it's just like a museum, a heritage site? Breen stares there for a second and just goes, yeah, I mean, if you think so, sure. I guess. I don't know. Dad said we didn't need it anymore, which is, yeah. So he blew it up. And by blew up, I mean, like, he deconstructed it, I think. But I think you needed to blow it up partially. I don't know. Dad said it was dangerous nearby. And I was also 4, I think. He looks at his hands and starts counting on them. Starts counting, keeps going back and forth a few times, and looks more and more concerned as he's going through it. You doing all
Seems
right
a bit.
there?
Felix will look at him, still counting.
Yeah, he's distracted for a moment.
Perhaps you could give him some help.
I don't really want to try. It looks like it'd be really hard. So yeah, it happened. That's all right. Oh yeah, cool. It did.
Right.
My dad's smart. Isn't he the best? Coolest?
He is an interesting man.
Seems to be doing a good job.
Yeah, he does the best job, of course. I mean, Dad's really smart. He's got big plans for things, and he always knows what to do, and he's always working hard. It's the McDonald way. That's why I work just as hard. Well, not just as hard. Dad works really hard, but I'm trying.
I'm sure you'll get there.
Gee, thanks! You think so? He looks like really enthused, like you just gave a fucking dying man water.
What? I mean, you definitely seem to have the spirit for it.
Gwen's like behind you. He's looking at you doing the waving hands like, what the fuck? No. Like gesturing towards the piano. I mean, yeah, you're gonna be no concerto or anytime soon, but like, maybe one day.
I mean, Viridian, come on, he's obviously new at it.
Yeah, I did only start a couple months ago. I'm kind of getting tired of it.
Claire's just gonna think herself like, months?
Tired of it, huh? Yeah, I mean, it does look awfully exhausting to have to hear all the time. Huh? Yeah, it sounds pretty bad.
Yeah. You've been practicing for months?
Uh-huh. Well, I've been trying to play for months.
Do you have, like, a teacher?
Is that a difference in practicing? He looks confused as you both ask a question, looks overwhelmed for a second. He decides internally to turn back towards Clara as Gwen rolls her eyes. Huh? Yeah, I got a couple teachers. I mean, not all at once. They kind of came in and out.
They came in and out, huh?
Yep. Dad pays for the best tutors, and sometimes they don't actually do the best. Or I don't do the best with them. And Dad says you just gotta, he said a lot of different things. He started off saying something, but I forgot what it was. And this last one was that he thinks I maybe don't have, that I'm deaf? You're deaf? There's a word before it.
Tone deaf?
Yeah!
Right. I mean, that could certainly be the reason.
I guess. I don't really know what that is.
It means you're, not suited to playing music.
Yeah, you can't keep a tone or a rhythm or something like that. Huh. Well, gee, he puts his hands on his hips. That'd make it really hard.
Maybe you could take up a different hobby like painting.
Well, I don't know, he says as he looks across the way and there's a line of old ancient paintings as he kind of but kind of strides over down towards the hallway area, just without saying much, and Brian kind of like awkwardly follows and he points down the hallway. And down by the corner near like the basement way down, kind of pushed towards under one of the staircase parts, just like on the wall of the staircase. So there's a small under hatch for like that Harry Potter room. Right next to that, there's a little small painting that just looks like awfully drawn figures and like a weird murky background. I don't really like my last painting.
I mean,
it made it on the one of the walls, kind of.
It has merit. Felix will choke out.
Gwen looks at Felix kind of paling as he contains himself internally regarding this object, as she knows he'll be the one to know it the best. Then Hans sighs and goes, yeah, a bunch of people wanted to buy it, but, well, Mom said that was just because of Dad and her. And I said, yup, I guess that makes sense. I don't think it looks good either.
Yeah, it's
but art's really hard. I don't think a lot of art looks good.
What about that? Claire just points at one of like the well-drawn portraits. I mean, that looks.
Yep, looks cool. Dad said it's great, so I believe him. I mean, my dad's got a great eye for things.
Claire's just like raising an eyebrow, just thinking like, does he think for himself? He's 11, so I guess that's not that weird, but still.
Yeah, well, what do you think of your painting? He said it was terrible.
Fair.
Yeah. Was that it? Huh? I mean, yeah, I guess. He said it was pretty bad, and asked if I wanted a new tutor. So I just said, nah, I'll try something else.
Have you tried a lot of things?
How'd you know?
Lucky guess.
Lucky, huh? Well, I don't know about you, but I've never been one to rely on luck. Mainly because I have bad luck. If I had good luck, I would've. That seems pretty cool.
I mean...
Like if you were just naturally good at things? Like my dad!
I mean, natural talent can only get you so far. You gotta put in the hard work.
That's true. My dad's talented and a hard worker. That's why he has so much success. Same with Mom.
It's a good combination.
I know, right? That's why he's the best! I'm so lucky.
Chloe was thinking to herself like, Nani, he just said he isn't lucky.
Clara meets child. What? Wait a minute, what the fuck, they're stupid!
Is that the logical contradiction?
Shapiro, no nostrils flare in the background.
So Hans, what do you think you're gonna want to try next?
Can I try being a huntsman?
Claire's gonna be taken aback because she was literally hoping he did not say those words.
Yeah, Clara, I took the last one. You can have this one.
Claire's just gonna look at him being like, oh, come on, Jesus Christ. I don't think, like just thinking to herself, being like, I don't think the governor would appreciate me influencing this kid.
Viridian's just looking up, whistling.
Claire's just gonna look back towards Gwen or Felix for any assistance.
Felix will...
Gwen's become really interested in the flower arrangements.
Oh, Gwen, bruh. Felix will look a little bit also like, oh no. I didn't really have to ask that. And then he'll kind of look at Clara and kind of just bow his head and be like, well, that is not something that you should... Felix will kind of stop himself and be like, it is something you must deliberate over many years. Not something you could choose on the way.
It's a real important decision if you're going to be a huntsman or not.
Okay, I want to be a huntsman.
This is not something you can say so quickly.
But I did.
Yes, but saying
Does
something...
that mean I'm a really good one?
No. Saying something and doing it are two different things.
Claire's
But if all I want to do is say I want to be a huntsman, I did it.
Claire's going to think or something like Felix. That's a wrong line of logic. You're going to encourage him to do something. What he's trying to say is,
Now I need to figure out my next step. He's back to thinking to himself.
there's a lot of...
I guess I need someone to teach me, right? I can't do something on my own.
That is definitely right. I mean...
So can you guys teach me?
We are quite
You
preoccupied.
gotta be the best at Dad's meeting with you.
We're not the best huntsmen. I mean, we're still in
But
training.
you won the Vital Festival.
There are many still better than
A
us.
lot of people have done that.
Yeah, but if you guys did that recently, you're the best right now. And besides, wouldn't it be easier since you're right here?
But I mean, we're gonna be leaving so soon.
Huh? I don't know. Dad said you guys might have to be here until things get all ready to go.
Yeah, but I mean, Hans, we're gonna be so busy helping out your dad and...
Dad said you guys were really, what did he say? Causing problems, so he's gonna keep you on a tight leash. Which means he'll probably only make you do things he wants you to do.
I mean, but he also told us that we're gonna be working a lot for Dr. Merlot, and he...
Oh, cool! That means I'll definitely have time to be taught by you guys. Dr. Merlot doesn't do anything!
That can't be right.
Yes, he's
Monty just spends his time in the lab doing processing and eating Jello.
Some of
I hang
it,
out there a lot.
I think some of it was pudding too, and he drinks coffee.
Yeah,
He
I
may
drink a lot of that coffee.
he may sleep quite a lot, or maybe not at all.
little, actually.
Yes. No, we cannot teach you.
But you're just gonna be in the lab doing nothing if you're working for him.
I mean, wouldn't you want to get, a real, experienced huntsman?
Yeah, you guys!
Maybe older that can really commit to teaching you?
No, I want you guys. You look cool.
I do not think that this will happen.
pretty cool.
Freddie.
What? Well, you're not gonna take a compliment? Thank you, kiddo.
Claire's gonna just think.
Well, he does not have any combat experience, so I'm afraid we'll have to decline your offer.
I fall a lot. I get hurt a lot. I'm good at it.
Well,
That is...
I mean, that is how I started out.
Oh, cool!
Felix will just...
Connor, are you kidding me? Come on.
Claire's just gonna, look pained as she just thought that and said it without actually, thinking any further.
Yes, well, Clara's semblance
all it is for us.
facilitates her getting hurt quite a lot.
Yeah.
Well, mine might do that.
You don't know what your semblance is, right?
Nope.
Huh.
Ah.
I don't even have it. We're unlocked yet.
Yeah, I mean, it can take a while.
That's okay. I got time. I'm only 11.
Oh! Yeah. You shouldn't...
See? Cool!
Yeah, you have plenty of time for that kind of stuff to, manifest.
Exactly. So we have plenty of time to work.
Felix will just kind of look down and be like, is there anything that could cause you to correct your line of thinking.
Well, I think my line of thinking is correct.
Because just gonna like just consider her options.
Oh, geez, thanks, guys!
He runs up to Viridian, tries to shake it. Oh, what the fuck? Rolls up to Viridian, tries to shake his hand, and starts doing that like two-handed handshake. Viridian looks kind of bemused by this whole situation. He grabs Gwen's, who looks a little startled and uncomfortable, and goes to grab Felix's.
Oh, Felix will hold out his hand and just let him shake it.
Kid's shaky hand, and he'll grab Clara's and do the same.
You know what, Hans? When we have the time and her around, we can at least give you some tips.
Yeah, of course you can! Man, I'm gonna be the best huntsman ever! Thanks, guys!
As he runs down the hallway, talking about it, telling suspicious housekeeper about it excitedly, then running, hitting the stairs, the little, arm of the stair falling down, spinning a few times and grabbing the stairs and climbing up them, falling one more time and then climbing up them.
Claire's just gonna give like an eyebrow raise to the housekeeper that was obviously looking after him and playing the piano.
The woman, sorry, not woman, right, I haven't been token. The man is like holding the rafter of this area with the plants and is kind of taking a breather, wipes her forehead and looks over at you all and just shakes her head and sighs. And goes to clean up where Hans fell and mushed up the carpet.
I guess we should get out of here, yeah?
Yeah, before
Yes.
he comes back and makes us promise to do anything else. Maybe we just won't see him again.
Worst
Yeah.
case, we'll have to give
Yeah.
him some tips.
Yeah, I mean,
Can't
it's
hurt
not
him.
like he's gonna be too, stealthy. I mean, we'll probably see him coming. We can hide.
I mean, you think his dad just lets him roam around the city, like, whenever he wants? Probably not, right?
His dad really caring what he's getting up to? That man doesn't seem like he cares what's happening anywhere outside his office in his own little city. I doubt he really keeps too close of an eye on him. I mean, look at all these nannies they got. He says, like, around at all the housekeepers.
Claire will just think, well, we should probably get out of here. I don't really feel like sticking around here too much longer.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
I
Maybe I'll
agree.
Maybe I'll go find Sir Beaumains later if they ever leave this God's forsaken place. Alright. You guys will. Where the fuck did Clark go?
Y'all got together in a big square.
Where'd Clark go?
I'm right above Virgin.
Yeah, I see Clarissa.
Disappeared on my screen. Awesome. Weird.
Get an SCU, dude.
There she is. Thank you.
I just moved it again.
Yeah, I don't know why. It was a,
I hit your blind spot, I guess.
yeah, it
Damn.
was an SCP.
What the fuck?
No, dude.
Yeah, okay. So, you guys will head out to leave the McDonald Vineyard after being accosted by funny Hans. Okay. You'll head out into the vineyard and swing the first door open, and there's like a mess room area with dark room, not dark mess room, dirt room. That's what they're called, where you put on shoes and shit again, and head out for some screen doors. And as you head out on the porch, there are two people who weren't here before. One of the foremen, who's currently talking to a very well-dressed and refined-looking woman, kind of not like full-on old Victorian style, more like modern styled, but with that air of like not necessarily elegance, but imposing rich bitch energy, with like a nice pair of sunglasses, a sash sort of thing around her shoulders and things, and a white dress shirt and like dress suit. And she sat in one of the comfortable looking porch chairs with some iced tea or something. And she's talking, staring out at the yard, but talking to the foreman and making some gestures towards him and saying something. So it was Miss Daisy McDonald. And as you guys cleared out onto the porch, she'll pause what she was doing and crane her head over, and you can see her eyes looking at you past like the side of her sunglasses. as the foreman will kind of nod and excuse himself to skirt past you as she stands up to address you all. Oh. She kind of lets out, like, she's kind of got, like, one of those raspier tones. And kind of sighs. She's clearly a bit of an older woman. It doesn't, like, show horribly on her, but just, like, out of the corner of her eyes, you see a couple of those crow's feet sort of things that either betray that she's on the older end, or she just has a sort of, you know, exhausted expression on her face. That or she just looks aggravated. It's hard to tell. You're those huntsmen, right?
Yeah.
Kiddos.
We're Team Supernova.
Yeah,
Nice to meet you, ma'am.
That was it. I couldn't remember what the name was. They're a little random these days, she says, kind of swirling her iced tea drink and taking a sip out of it. Right. Charmed, she says as she makes a little more distance and offers a hand out in that sort of, like, polite, dismissive way, you know, little wave. I'm Daisy McDonald. I assume you were here to meet with my husband?
Yeah, we just finished meeting with him, and, we also ran into your son.
Oh. She kind of clicks her tongue a little bit and frowns. Well, sorry about that. He's supposed to not bother guests, especially when they're here on business. Looks like the staff isn't doing their job.
It wasn't all too bad. Just a little excitable is all.
Right. Well, if that's all, I'm sure capable young children like yourself can handle that. Do you need something?
No. I think we were gonna make our way out of here, get back to the city, you know?
Right. I guess so. Awful day, she says, kind of looking out the sun. Too hot for the workers to keep going. I told them to stop early. You don't have to do things in weather like this all the time, do you?
It's really just...
From Vacuo.
Oh, yeah. It gets a bit hotter down there.
She frowns, looking, like, perturbed by this. What are you doing with yourselves, then?
Excuse me?
She shakes her head. It's a really dangerous line of work. You barely look over 20. She says as she, like, makes her way back to her chair to sit down and kind of lean back and then rest her head in one of her palms and kind of rub her forehead. You should consider something else.
As Claire kind of thinks, well, we've already done that, man, and this is what I decided on.
Right. Alright. Well, don't blame me if I can't understand that sort of thinking.
It's alright. I mean...
I wasn't asking for an acceptance.
Claire will just, like, look at her a bit surprised. Well, alright, ma'am. I guess we'll get out of your hair, then. I'm sure we both have things to do.
You don't want something to drink?
Yeah.
Brain looks over at Gwen, like, confused. Like, what the fuck? Yeah? Gwen looks awkward and kind of, like, on the spot about something. She's kind of, like, fiddling with her hands.
Claire does
Miss McDonald looks at her kind of a little surprised.
Claire will just look back at her bag that she knows they just have water in.
If you're not busy, ma'am.
Well, I am a little busy. I just assumed you'd like some before you left.
Oh! Right.
When fidgets a little bit more, and Daisy's just like staring past you guys at her, and she shakes her head. Maybe another time then, if you really wanted to talk about something.
Right. Okay.
Gwen says a little dejected and kind of turns and goes, we should go then. Yeah, come on, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, Viridian says. Nice to meet you, ma'am. Jeez, Felix. Scared me.
Gross, why is her name McDonald and not McDonald?
Oh, that is an inconsistency. Oops.
What is he not telling us?
It's because she's a whore having an affair.
Hey.
What?
Respect all women.
Oh, my bad. That doesn't exist.
I respect him so much I fuck his wife.
So they, you guys start making it as some of the foremans are going around spreading that the, ladies told them to stop working. They'll receive their full day's payment. Just stop working. It's too hot. Heat's gonna kill them. Stuff like that. Handing out more waters and stuff. Gwen's walking awkwardly at a quick pace, arms swinging down the way. Viridian's like keeping pace and looking down at her with this scrutinizing expression.
Gwen, why are you acting so weird?
She furrows her brow for a second, stares at all of you, sighs, and goes,
Oh yeah, right. That's Daisy McDonald. I mean, before she retired, she was a really famous actress. She's in a bunch of films I like, okay? Why don't I ask her about a few?
You know,
Not everything I like being a huntsman, but I still have a couple hobbies, okay?
I'm not.
she says, like annoyed that none of you had known this.
I'm not criticizing you. I just think she doesn't
Wait a
seem like-
moment. Was she in any of the films you showed me?
Yes! Why didn't you recognize her?
Felix will like look back at the porch and be like, that is.
Yeah, she has a bit of a different look now, and she's
is-
older, but geez, Felix!
I am quite embarrassed, frankly.
Yeah, I would be.
I mean,
Man, you
Gwen.
get weird about the worst kind of things, Gwen. You should have just asked for an autograph or something.
That'd be weird, and I didn't want to bother her if she was busy.
As Claire like looks back at her just sitting on the porch. Yeah, she looks. Oh, she doesn't look that busy.
She said she was busy, Clara, which means she just either isn't and doesn't want to talk, or is. Why would I force the issue? Besides, you guys were being weird anyway.
I think that she would have spoken to you had you asked.
No. Shut up. I'll do it another time.
Maybe when we come by for training, you can get a chance to sit down with her.
We are not training that kid. I'm not getting Miss McDonald's kid killed. By proxy.
Yeah.
He fell 4 different times in our presence.
Yeah, I don't think we're the
Maybe
ones
that's
that...
a semblance.
I mean, he doesn't have his aura unlocked. That can't be a semblance.
I'll never know. Maybe he just uses it up all the time because he's always tripping.
Shut up, Viridian. That's stupid.
Better than your theory.
I didn't have a theory.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna actually train him. And besides, how often will we actually have to end up running into him?
Well, if he wasn't lying about hanging out at Mr. Merlot, Dr. Merlot's, well, let's just hope it's not the same hours we operate there.
I mean, even when we are there, we're there on business, you know?
Yeah. Clara, you know kids don't really, hold it back most of the time. I don't really think he'd understand and still, be so, chill about it.
Alright. Then at least...
He's a little excitable in case you missed it.
Yeah. Then at least we should come up with a plan. So if we do run into him at Dr. Merlot's,
Yeah.
I can handle talking to Dr. Merlot. Felix, you can handle keeping him busy.
Oh, yeah, that's a great idea.
Must I?
Well, I mean, you're the one that was so clearly trying to shut him down, so you'll do the best job at not, making any mistakes.
She has a point, Felix. You have the least amount of social graces, so you'll go way too hard and shut him down, which will work out for us.
Yeah, I think we need someone
That's
with that
a
type
little
of touch.
mercenary, Gwen.
I must say that I resent that, but
As long as I'm not taking the blame for it.
If it is a 3-against-1 vote, then I will accept this burden.
Hey, partner, I'm not leaving you out on it all like that, he says, swinging an arm around your shoulders. Nah, I say we just say we gotta use the bathroom and run away.
We saw it to,
Even a kid understands that.
like, how would he
I do not think so. He's very persistent. He might wait at the door the entire time.
Huh? Well, you don't actually have to go to it. If he followed you, that'd be weird. I mean, who follows someone to the bathroom?
Child
Even
is...
kids get that stuff.
I mean, what if he doesn't?
You, climb out the window.
I have not checked. Do the bathrooms there have windows?
Ah, we could find the one that does. And, if they don't, we could always say we, want to use the one back at our home here. Everyone likes using the bathroom at home better, don't you?
But he knows that we're not from the city.
Yeah, but we're staying somewhere. Yeah, you're thinking way too hard about how deductive a kid's gonna be, Miss May.
Alright, then.
I must say that this is overcomplicated. I will simply talk to him.
Right.
I didn't warn you.
Viridian,
You
then.
didn't warn him. You just tried to come up with an alternative.
Viridian.
You're thinking too hard, Gwen. See?
Alright, Viridian, if you have so many plans, you can help Felix deal with him when he comes around.
I got it then, yeah.
And me and Gwen can handle doing anything else.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Anything else.
It's like we got the easy job, Felix.
I suppose we'll hold them to that.
You guys can shuffle off the property to your driver who was waiting very diligently to bring you back.
Who you guys been?
I'm getting tipped for this, right?
You're supposed to be in and out!
We walk up to a taxi cab. It's a skeleton. Hey, where you guys been?
The Uber driver is fucking pissed. Ain't that funny that there's like remnant Uber drivers and like he listens to vacuum?
No, shut up! Shut
But, you know,
up!
Vacuum?
Oh,
God, why does that word sound so weird to pronounce? I should definitely just keep it and not find a better word.
Why would they say Pecuin?
Vacuum. Yeah, that sounds normal and like a human being, like a race of people. A species of people would dedicate themselves to addressing them as such. Yeah. Because, you know, when I think of someone who's like, you know, from America, I think American. Well, okay, but like you say American, what? We can't say vacuan. Well, it would unironically be better than vacuan.
God.
Fuck you, guy. Fucking
Fuck you, in.
fuck you, kid. All right. So you guys are free from your restriction or your restrictive quest here. You're free to go off and see fit to lounge throughout the city, cruise around, do whatever you want over a little time period before whatever's next required of you guys. Do you have any immediate requests or interests on things you'd like to do on the city, or any of the city maps or anywhere?
Yes.
To your court. Cool. Ben, do
Clara,
you know anything?
Clara actually wanted to talk to the team about what they just talked about with McDonald.
Cool. You could do that back at your inn or somewhere else.
Yeah, the inn sounds fine. This is somewhere that we're like probably relaxing, just talking.
I'm sorry. Is this like
Free
just
chat.
like tonight, or is this like
No,
over
it's
the next few days?
Yeah, over the next few days.
Okay, then.
You have the liberty of that.
I guess Felix would like to go hang out with Jose for a while.
Nice. Cool. Alright. Sounds good.
You should have seen it. There were so many faunas just picking so much cotton.
Super fucking cool.
Cool.
Look at all the
So
jobs.
fucking cool.
Let's go get
That's what she
Oh,
was
no,
saying. You
dude.
guys should just get normal jobs, see? Like these
Just
field
kidding.
work.
Just get normal jobs.
Out of code.
See, once again, the DM throwing us these stupid plot hooks. If we take them, he'll just end the game. God, I hate when DMs do this, dude.
That's so
literally
funny.
a Paper Mario dialogue box of like, are you sure if you hit yes twice the game ends?
The game ends. That's so funny. I fucking hate when Jim's trying to trick me. It's like I'm too smart for that.
God, I'm so smart.
God, more like Sierra, am I right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, what a terrible, terrible thing to say.
Alright. You guys can head back to Hog Street and later that day, and over some hot dogs you've bought, you can discuss what you'd like.
Claire's just gonna bite into her hot dog.
Nice.
So, I've been thinking, guys.
One sips on her big cup. Loudly.
The governor, well, they criticized us for some of the things we were doing, right? Like helping Redwall, beating up, it was Yusuf, right? You guys beat him up in the alley?
Yes, he was attacking people.
Yeah.
She's containing herself next to you, Clara, but she's practically radiating. Closing her eyes, kind of composing herself, but radiating the I was totally right energy.
So, here's what I think.
Ignore it. Yikes, Glenn. No, go ahead.
We should just, well, keep on doing stuff like that if we think it's right to do. I mean, he's gonna yell at us, but...
Are you kidding me?
Claire's just gonna, like, just look at Gwen with her sunglasses on. No?
She takes her sunglasses off so she can look you in the eyes. She puts them back on, looking pissed off.
I mean...
So you saying, like, you just expect it to happen either way, so we shouldn't worry about it?
Yeah, exactly. Also, I mean... Viridian... I feel like you'll understand me the most here.
Sure.
I mean... I want to be the type of huntsman that, you know... does good things that I want to do. Like, help people when I see them, not just ignore them when they're being attacked by a Grim. Like,
Yeah.
if you see someone in an alley getting beat up, are you really just gonna walk away?
Nah.
So, yeah. I mean, I don't want to just not do things that I feel are right. And besides, it's not like we're gonna actually be causing problems. We're gonna be doing the right thing. See, I was thinking, guys, as Claire, like, shoves the rest of the hot dog in her mouth and chews it. See, I feel confident that, you know, we're gonna make the right decisions. So, we should just, you know, follow what we want to do. Obviously, not just ignore what the governor and Dr. Merlot and everyone else, you know, tells us to get done.
No, Clara, that's not what's right. That's not how this is supposed to work.
I have to... This is a tough situation.
Put down her food and just completely, like, forgotten, and she's looking at Claire, like, really fucking angry, like,
That's not what you're supposed to do. We're huntsmen, Clara. We take contracts and we follow them. This is our first, like, opportunity to do something that's not just within the bounds of the school and, like, an assignment. That this is bigger than that. This is like we're given, like, work that a normal huntsman would have gotten. Like, maybe more at this point. And your immediate thought is to just make the worst impression with a guy like that who's hired us? Some, like, political figure? Because he yelled at us for doing something that could have jeopardized the mission we were on? That's like if we left the caravan to go deal with some Grim in the woods just because we were worried about something.
But we didn't leave the caravan alone.
It's the principle, though, is my point. That was our responsibility, and we shirked it off.
See, I don't
Does that
agree
not
with
matter to you?
Well, I mean,
I thought you were just fired up about it.
It matters to me, Gwen, but it's
Not
like
enough, clearly.
Claire's just gonna pause for a moment. We didn't ignore the caravan. We made sure that, well,
I don't
it was
care about that part.
Then
I'm
what are you
talking about
saying? It's not like I'm gonna ignore what the governor is telling us to do. I'm just not
But you
gonna.
just said we'll just do whatever we want. That's practically saying we'll ignore it. I can't be the only one hearing this, right?
I must say that it is a bit worrying.
I think you're kind of blowing a little, making too big of a thing about this, Gwen. I mean, y'all wouldn't like walk up a bridge because he told you to.
That's not what I'm saying. Why don't you guys get this?
I mean, like, just think you just kind of thinking about it the wrong way. I mean, plenty of huntsmen do the stuff they want on their own, right? I mean,
See,
it's not like we got a boss.
No, we do have a boss here. That's the point, and we agreed to that. And now we're going against it. Huntsmen aren't just like thugs who go around like mercenaries doing contract by contract, but they still are supposed to listen to what they're supposed to do here. And they're definitely not supposed to just throw caution to the wind and do nothing.
Claire's just like, she has like her head, she's like, you know, sitting on the bench and has like her elbow on her knee and then her head just kind of chin resting in her hand as she's thinking.
Gwen's already stood up and is getting more and more in a tizzy as she goes on and goes,
And besides, it's not really... Listen, I know I was really aggravating, she says, kind of rounding back on all of you, in our first year and all, and I know it was really annoying to deal with, and I've done my best to be more polite about this stuff, but I didn't change my opinion on how important it is to be a proper and, well, the best huntsman possible, and doing this isn't good. We can't just go around ignoring things like this just because we won, like, the Vital Festival or something. You're talking like we're actual... No, you're talking like we're actual professionals. We're still students.
I know that.
So where do you get off saying we should make decisions like that? We don't know the best. We're hardly into our second year at this point, just like a quarter through. You can't make decisions like that. We're not trained.
Claire kind of just looks around the city a bit. Now, Gwen, you're right. I mean, we don't have the experience to make the right calls in every situation we're in. Hell, I mean, I don't think some huntsmen with years of experience could make the right calls in some of the situations we've been in. But what
Don't underestimate huntsmen, Clara.
Claire's just taken aback, being like, what the fuck?
she was offended by hearing that some huntsmen might not know to do what we did.
No, Claire was like, no, we didn't...
I know, I was just clarifying. That's how she took it, Blake, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying you misspoke, buddy. Don't worry. You're good. I'm just clarifying for your sake.
Claire will just, like, stand up a bit, and to just look at Gwen. See, Gwen, that's why you're here. I mean, I don't think I could just sit down and not at least attempt to do, well, what I think is the right thing to do. I mean, same with Viridian, right?
Yeah, y'all sit down. Don't get too heated on this. He's saying a little worried about that.
Alright.
Gwen crosses her arms determinately and saying, no! And grabs Claire's attention back. Go on, what are you saying?
And, well, that's why you're, you know, an important part of the team, Gwen, because you'll yell at us like this.
Handler, Clara!
I'm not saying you're gonna force me to do anything. I'm saying you're here to, you know, make sure I'm not going a bit too crazy with everything.
Clara, as your partner and teammate, I am here to help you with advice and all of that. But you do remember you're the team leader, right? You have to be more responsible about this yourself. You can't just let us baby you about this sort of thing.
Claire's just gonna like to just pause for a moment and look at Gwen.
Don't look so aggravated. Don't sigh. Don't get aggravated.
I'm not aggravated, Gwen. It's just...
Well, you should be!
Yes, we need to calm down, I think.
Yeah. And y'all can... Listen, I think I understand what you mean, but I still think you're kind of twisting it a bit.
No,
Gwen, here,
Gwen
let
kind of
me...
looks red in the face and is like getting like those anger shaky things as she's losing her words
Gwen,
to kind of like speak.
Let me say it a different way, alright? And this became clear to me after talking with Governor McDonald. I felt like he was someone that, well, it seems like what he cares about more than anything else, and, well, way more than anything else, is, well, here, Mountain Glen, the area and the people he's looking after. Like, you know, here, Redwall, everywhere that, you know, he's governing. And while we're here, and Claire's gonna, like, look one in the eyes and try and, like, convey how, like, serious she is about this. I plan on doing everything I can, following Governor McDonald and Dr. Merlot, to make sure when we leave here, Mountain Glen, this whole place, is better off than when we came. And I think at the end of the day, I mean, I don't think someone like that will complain if, well, we do a good job, no matter how we end up doing it.
I don't care what he complains about, and I don't think I like the way he thinks about it either, but it's the principle of what we're doing, and it matters because this isn't just a one-time thing. And it's just... I can't sit around and say that that's okay. You're not getting this at all. And maybe I am wrong, but I don't think I am this time, and I don't think I'm being an asshole, she says, kind of quietly muttering, about this like I used to. I think this is very important right now, and it's just... She kind of throws her hands up and kind of like paces back and forth a few times. Her hot dog and drink long discarded. I'm just... No, you can't just talk about it like that and then say you want to do what he'd want and they'd want after we didn't do that. That's just lying. That's just not true. We didn't listen to them the first time on this mission, and just because it didn't hurt us this time doesn't mean it's okay. The principle's still there. It's the whole point. We can't just pretend like we can understand this. You've got an ego like I had. Nah, definitely not.
I think we might be going a bit far here, don't you think?
I think you two, she jabs towards the dynamic duo in the back, don't want to even acknowledge this either.
I would like to say that I am more in agreement with Gwen, but I don't think that Clara...
How y'all in agreement with Gwen? She's just throwing a tantrum. I mean, like y'all are aggravated, and that's fine, but like, you are screaming in the street. I mean, I want to eat my dog and stuff, and y'all think this is really the best time?
I tried to do this any other time, but no one listened about this.
Alright, well, like I said, I get where you're coming from, but can't you just cool it like a little bit? Right? Come on. Gwen kind of grabs, like makes little fists at her hips, you know, hands straight down, fist clenching, shaking a little bit, looking frustrated and red in the face, and she's gonna huff a few times and go, I'm not hungry anymore. I'm gonna go for a walk. Thank you for the hot dogs.
Alright,
She's gonna slap down her money there and say, here's my share for it.
Alright. Well, if you want to talk more later.
Gwen looks at you for a second, kind of looks a little caught off guard, and kind of squints, and then looks off to the side, and just kind of like brushes her hair back a little bit and starts walking off, muttering to herself.
Fez is gonna,
Man, she really knows how to ruin a meal, huh?
Fez is gonna sit back down. Man, I hate how I'm not good at wording stuff.
Yeah, you get all really, well, y'all not too good at conceding points, are you? Not that I blame you. Everyone wants to fight with Gwen. It's really funny.
But I mean, she was yelling so much, it was hard to even understand exactly what her points were.
Oh, that's even worse then, Clara.
Clara,
Jeez.
surely you're joking.
No, I got it, but, well...
Varine kind of, as Felix is there, Varine's kind of staring over, he starts to frown a little bit more, and he goes, oof.
You know, you guys can enjoy your hot dogs. I think I'm also gonna go take a walk around.
Y'all aren't gonna go, look for her, right?
What? No, I'm not an idiot.
Alright, just double checking.
And she starts walking off in the opposite direction.
Good call. Thanks for the dog.
Yeah, no problem. Skylar will just walk up to the hot dog salesman and just give him some money.
Oh no, that was like assumed you already paid. And she's like, here's my money.
Oh, right. Skylar will just like wave a bit as she walks off.
Hot dog salesman nods. And the Venetian who has the grayed out quest. Wait, that is the hot dog salesman, right? The
Yes.
hot dog salesman with the grayed out quest nods, and then goes back to his idle animation, staring towards Felix a little bit. As he always does now, since you're on his quest.
Fuck. Okay.
But meanwhile, Viridian kind of chews a bit more on one of his footlongs that he has, finishes that one, and wraps it, tosses it backwards into a trash can with his bird view, and then takes the other one he has and chews on it and goes, yeah, you think something's in the water, or just like a bad day? Because the girls seem pretty high-strung right now.
Well,
Weirdly different ways.
I suppose it could be many things, but I think that Gwen perhaps does not feel as if we've been listening to her.
Yeah.
It can cause frustration.
Yeah, kind of bad combination of things leading up to this, huh?
Not to mention that the governor was quite brutal in his assessment of us.
Yeah, you know how she is. She's always keen on hearing what she did wrong, but kind of can't hide the fact that it makes her upset in the first place. I mean, she was pretty excited about this job, I guess, and hasn't been going her way, I'll say. Y'all really ain't just like agreeing with her just because she's upset, though, right?
No, I believe that we do have a... What's the word I'm looking for? We are hired by that man, so we do have a obligation to see his wishes done, but...
Yeah, I mean, I get what y'all mean, but let's just say this job wasn't exactly hire us to do one thing and get it done. We're kind of on a weird sort of work-by-work basis already, so can hardly blame us for feeling like we gotta do a little more. And I mean, like, them folks back at Redwall, I might not be too happy with any way they treated us, but I mean, I'm not just gonna walk away knowing someone's got a problem like that. Sure, that one guy wandered into town not long when we were leaving, but who's to say he would have even helped in the first place? Seemed a little preoccupied. I mean, if you're there, you're there. You want to help people, right? Sir Varric was there, so we didn't have to worry too much about the caravan, and even got Miss Knott to help out along with it, so I really still don't get what the fussing about that is. Gwen's trying to turn it into like a principle thing, like it was a one and done. Everything is, isn't it? To a degree.
I suppose, Viridian, it's more that things could have gone wrong, but they didn't.
Yeah, I know.
Not to
a lot of
mention
things
that
could go bad.
Well, what we did is... I'm unsure if we did the right thing, honestly, but I suppose we'll have to live with it.
Y'all still worried about the old guy, right?
I...
You and Gwen
Felix will kind
saw
of
him,
look
huh?
at him and be like, yes, I am, but... It's...
Figure that's why she's a bit upset too.
Perhaps. It pains me as well that our actions had such a terrible consequence.
Nah, y'all can't be bearing that cross. They did that. I mean, you can't be blaming yourselves for doing something normal, then people reacting strange. And those guys were crazy. That old kid's got them all wired up on some nonsense. Like, yeah, some bad stuff happened to some folks a while ago, a little ways away, and I'm not gonna pretend like, some of y'all get it a little rougher than some of us, but still, that kind of reaction's just, I ain't warranted. I mean, we're all still Valish, right? You know, them and, well, like, us working for them and stuff.
I feel it's kind of like look at him like, I do not think it is that simple.
Well, maybe it ain't that simple, obviously, because they still went and did it, but they kind of... My point is, I think they lost them good old common sense for something silly. Silly's making it sound light. That was, nothing was light about that. He says a little huff, like with a huff, and shakes his head. But, like, y'all might think it was the wrong thing to do. That's fine, but don't think it because of that sort of result. That ain't your fault. That's someone nasty did that. You shouldn't be blaming yourself for that. That'd be like saying every brim you haven't hunted getting someone killed is y'all fault. And that just ain't right. Even if it can, you know, feel like you could do more once in a while. We all feel that, even old, Amis here.
Wow. Truly.
Yeah, I know. Once in a while. Normally go to do a little punching practice, shoot something once in a while to get it out of my system. Makes it hard to catch some Z's, and y'all know by now, I told you many times how important it is to get a nap while you still can. Good old thunder technique. I gotta say, though, I got one thing. I might not agree with y'all and Gwen about this, but there's one thing I see eye to eye with her on this. It's,
Yes.
well, it's that this is a kind of an important job, right? It's kind of plainly as he's chewing his hot dog and letting that thought simmer in his head and yours.
Yes. I would
I mean-
say a very important job.
Yeah, I mean, like, all the work we got before was pretty good. We got a lot more opportunities than I ever thought we would in the school. But, like, this is I mean, it's a little close to home literally for me, but it's also just, like, feels bigger than we are. So, I can see why she might be getting a little nervous about it. That's why that's why Clara's good at things like this, because she's kind of too thick to pick up on it sometimes. You know, she's one of them people who's able to practice something and do it under any pressure, no matter what's the case. Kind of person you could tell to, like, learn how to balance a plate on their head and still be able to do it while balancing on a ball without understanding why it'd be harder. You know, good under pressure. That sort of thing. But, sometimes being under pressure too long blows out your ears. You know, that happens to divers and sailors and stuff sometimes. Then they can't really hear and pick up the facts that's going on around them. Don't recognize that, you know, stuff's a little choppier for everyone else than they realized. I think that made sense, he says, furrowing his brow. Kind of got lost in there a little bit, but, well...
Freddie and I think I understand.
Good.
Trust
I don't
me,
want
by
to
now,
go.
if I did not know how to decipher your long-winded ways of thinking, then we may as well not even communicate at all.
Hey, a thought you put a lot of time in and think long and hard about is going to be better. That's what I always said. I want to, shoot from the hip with these sorts of things.
I suppose there's some logic to that. But,
Not sagely.
I suppose that could be the case.
Yeah. And that's what I realized. Don't know if I came to the same conclusion, obviously, but, on how this affects me, but, it's something we all gotta consider. Just don't means it gives you any right to, completely blow up on it. But I figure it was, something that was gonna happen one way or the other. It just was about how much stuff was piled down. Hopefully Clara can think on something better than, trying to talk around her or something. She's, starting to have some flashbacks to the old times here.
It is quite reminiscent, but I don't think this two can regress that far.
Yeah, I hope not. Y'all, just in case though, if we start having any more hallway debates and meetings on how we'll handle talking to them about our own issues, I think we'll know we've gone too far.
Yes, let's never go back to that, please.
Yeah, too much work. He's tossing a second wrapper in the trash can and smacks his knees a little bit as he gets up and stretches. Alright, y'all want to get done on anything in the city, or got your own plans?
Well, I suppose I should buy some things while I'm here.
Yeah, souvenirs, fun stuff. Hey, come on, I can show you some of the things I know are from Vale that are good, and we can find some of the city things from Vale.
It's good to have a tour guide so I don't get swindled.
Oh, yeah. Well, this place definitely ain't vacuum, but they got them own tricks you'll see here. I mean, they got this crazy thing. It's called taxation, he says as you're walking off.
Oh, no! God damn it.
Insane taxes are.
Felix goes, what the fuck? That sounds like thievery.
That sounds like...
That sounds like they're just taking... That just sounds like theft.
They are. Ain't that
It's just
fucked up? It's
That's
just
so
theft.
fucked up.
Ain't
That's
that
why
crazy?
That's why my village never paid taxes. Pretty cool, huh?
Pretty cool, huh? I don't get
Just
why people
kill
say
any-
vacuum's got things wrong with
Just
it.
kill every tax collector that came to the village. Say a Grim got him. Real easy, Felix.
God. Y'all know how many deaths are reported to Grim that aren't even close to them, Felix? Chuckles to
man.
himself. More than you could ever know.
See, Felix, it's what our fathers would do. And then, when we got old enough and
We
pass
just-
it down to us. It's like a family
Well, we
tradition.
did.
Killing the tax collector. Best thing is, we'd always give him it and then kill him when he's leaving. I don't know. That's where I kind of decided to, that's a little too much,
That one was pretty funny, though.
That's fucked up. A little too far.
Alright.
Sorry, the tax arc will happen.
Yeah, of course. It's an important factor. Okay. Blake, anything you want Clara to do immediately after this, or just continue on to the next couple day events?
No. I'll just be walking around.
What'd Clara do when she's walking around? What's she thinking about? Well, internal mental dialogue or nah?
Yeah, sure. I guess to explain Clara's position a bit more, and, how she's interpreting what Gwen said, Clara's, feeling on, what they're going to do isn't haha, fuck whatever McDonald or, Merlot tell us to do. She genuinely will be like, okay, after talking to McDonald, and she already liked Merlot, because Merlot's just like, hey, can you help me with, the Grim? And she's like, yes. I don't think anyone will complain about that. And talking to McDonald, the reason she being so confident in this position is well, we're gonna piss him off by if we do like kind of other things that we want to do. But honestly, I don't want to not like kind of follow what I feel like I should do. But also, Clara kind of understood his position of like he's trying to look out for everyone and do the best he can. And so she thinks, well, she gives us a job. If he gives us a job, she'll want to do. That would be what she wants to do, and like she respects probably like the position he's in and what he's gonna say. So, I'm trying to think about how to word this. Clara's thinking that she's right, and she still firmly believes in the position she's holding. But she doesn't believe it's also incongruous with what Gwen's saying of like, you have to like follow the rules and listen to the mission. It's basically like Claire wants to do that, but you know, then sometimes do some other stuff. And like,
Right.
like, so she's not like, oh yeah, Gwen, fuck literally anyone telling me to do things. It's just like, well yeah, but like if we run into a situation where it's like, hey, like, she's one of the Viridian camp of, like, everything is kind of its own situation. So it's like, that's why, like, with, like, the caravan thing, she's trying to argue with the exact point. Because it's like, yeah, I can't tell you, like, there is a chance I just completely do exactly what the governor and Merlot say. I don't know what they're going to say, and I don't know what will happen in those situations. I'm just saying, if we run to a situation similar to like Redwall, where I feel like I want to do something, then I'm going to try and think of a way to not only like, you know, help the people around me in the way I feel is right, but also do the mission assigned to me. And, well, you know, see where it goes from there, because it's not like Clara can guess what situation she will exactly be in.
Yeah, Clara only deals in absolutes.
Yeah, I guess.
Or doesn't deal in absolutes, I should say.
Yeah, it's like...
She refuses to acknowledge them. She's not a Sith.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I feel like I took the wins out of yourself by saying that. My bad.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Right, okay. Right, so, if there are any requests, you can do them. I do have a couple, maybe one or two things I can just put upon you guys. So if you'd like one of those right away, we could do it.
Like us as a group?
You and Ben, yeah. Two of you.
Man, it don't matter what order, I don't think.
I mean, you said you wanted to talk to Jose, right, Ben?
Yeah.
I feel like I have some stuff to do, but, I don't want to do it immediately. I'd like to, like, you know, kind of test the waters and see where things are going before doing anything. So, you know, you can just do whatever you wanted to do, Noah, or we could just go to Ben, or Felix and Jose.
Sure. Well, let's see what I want to do. Right. Under the crosshairs. Okay. Yeah. So in one of the upcoming days, sometime when Flora and Felix are out in the town together for some reason, I'm sure you guys would have a reason at one point to be like this. You were going through different alleys and sort of roads, exploring the town, getting more familiarized with it. I would say you guys, the town, I keep saying town, city. I presume you guys would be interested in actually getting a lay of the land at one point, on little practical explorations like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been like either just like a day or two, depending on how much you care. Like, you know, Gwen's still a bit like distant on being kind of standoffish about things. She doesn't seem as upbeat and ready to chill right now. Still. So, probably not doing it all as a 4-man team. As you guys are walking through, you are exploring and find a smaller little section in between a couple of buildings and some walkways. There's a little park area that doesn't seem too busy right now. And it seems pretty unoccupied because in the down the ways in it, probably either giving off the vibes of do not disturb or intimidating people by being here, is Lance, who's right now he's just like in his normal clothes except like his hat's off and he's like shirtless right now, and he has his weapon out, Black Knight. I think it's Black Knight. I don't think I changed that. Double check though. Yeah, Black Knight, which is, in case you need a refresher, it's like this, like matte black, like sort of texture, where it's that like rough textured side on the side, like big blade. It's styled after a Kriegmesser, so it's kind of like got that curve at the tip, but it's that European Germanic design, so it's not like a full katana. It's just got that slight curved section, and it's really big and bulky because it's a big greatsword, and it's ruby, so they're thicker than usual. Seeing it especially like this, because it can also like fold up into like a submachine gun. Seeing it like this just being used as he's swinging like overhead strikes over and over again, like he's practicing, it very much fittingly looks like a giant weight he's swinging around. And he seems very focused on that, just kind of practicing off here as some leaves are scattering in the wind once in a while from a stray few gusts as he's practicing. It's mostly cleared out garden area. It's pretty early in the morning when you guys are out here. And as you see, one of the only people around besides the lone gardener is Wayne, who's kind of leaned up against one of the trees, trunks, that's the word. Just kind of idly looking around, once in a while looking towards his partner and then kind of, away. He doesn't seem like he's spying on him or anything, but he's also seeming like he's keeping himself a little to his own. And as he's looking around the area, he spies you guys pretty fast. He's got his sharp eyes after all. And he waves you over with a little with one hand and the other held up kind of in like a don't like shout over motion.
Alright. Player will try and approach without disturbing anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. Alright, yeah, you guys can walk up to Wayne, who kind of leans off the tree a little bit, hands in his pockets, just kind of smiling, I guess. Yo, morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You guys getting a lay of the city yet at this point? I mean, jeez. This place is a lot easier to navigate for me than Vale itself, because that place was basically built and rebuilt as time went on. This, on the other hand, seems a lot nicer.
Oh,
In layout, at least.
I mean, I'm thankful they're, it's actually a pretty good amount of signs everywhere, so you can kind of keep track of where you're going.
Signs aren't the only thing. These streets are actually paved and laid out in a way that makes sense for traffic and foot traffic, too.
I mean, I feel like it'll be easier for me to get the lay of the land here than it was when I first wound up in Mantle.
Whew, boy, yeah, I hear Mantle's even more ramshackle than Vale is. At least ramshackle and has a sort of charm to it in Vale, unlike there.
I mean, I think it can be tough because of all the, everything's so close together and so congested that you can get confused real easy wandering the streets.
Is it truly so tightly compacted, Clara?
Oh.
Dude, that's what it's practically famous for.
Yeah.
Can't make that shit up, right, Clara?
Yeah, no, it's pretty much true. I mean, Felix, I think it's way different than anything you've ever been. I mean, not only is it so, packed in, but it's so cold everywhere. I mean, that's kind of why it's packed in, Felix, Everywhere's so close together that, keeps everywhere else warm,
I suppose that does make sense. I do hope to see it one day.
It's not like anyone wants to stay outside for too long when everything's, chilly.
Well, I guess that does make a little bit of sense now that you say it like that. Yeah, still sounds like a nightmare to me.
you get used to it, and there's a charm to it once you kind of learn the layout.
Yeah. I guess I'll take your word for it. I'm not exactly the kind of person they'd want to visit.
Yeah, maybe not.
He kind of looks back over for a second, as there's a slight lull in the conversation, to look over at Lance as he's kind of making some grunting noises as he keeps swinging. He's big, muscled up, got scars and stuff, and sweating a bit by now. And Wayne shakes his head and turns back to you guys with a sort of, what are you going to do look. This guy's such a hassle.
I mean, he's got a whole city to look at. He decides to just, stand there training.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this isn't exactly a news thing. He does this every day.
Must keep yourself sharp.
Hey, buddy, there's sharp, and then there's, sharpening all the metal off the blade off until it just cracks, I mean, seriously. Keeping up this much, and, I can't just leave the guy to himself. He'll overwork himself after a while. But, staring at a guy working out so long is kind of, so, Plus, I don't want him to think I'm, his babysitter. Just friendly distance to make sure he doesn't kill himself. 1,000 swings each morning or whatever, but, besides that, there's not much to do to stop him.
Yeah, I mean, some people will just train all day, every day if they can. You were looking for a good place to, practice out here in the city, right, Felix? It's not like the hotel we're staying at that fitted for it.
You call that place a hotel? That's cute.
The room that we're in is not well made for training. Trust me, I've tried.
Or well made for much, right?
It's got its charm. I mean, compared to some of the places back in Shade.
Oh, yeah, right, he says kind of worriedly as he scratches the back of his neck, feeling phantom insects from back in Shade. Still, wish I could have put you in someplace nicer. Kind of feels like the disparities here between us. Little awkward.
I mean, what are you gonna do? You guys are royalty.
Yeah, and don't forget it. This
does not bother any of us, I do not believe.
He kind of looks back at Lance. Yeah, this guy certainly forgets it sometimes, it feels like.
I'm just surprised you guys found, a secluded spot where no one's gonna bother you.
Oh, believe me, when we first got here, this place wasn't that secluded. But weirdo swinging a sword around for hours on end at the beginning of each day kind of scares off a couple people who normally come here to walk their dogs, so it's his spot now.
You see that, Felix? You don't gotta fuss up before you're gonna train. You just start training and it will become a good spot for it.
No, don't take lessons from Lance.
Well, I cannot doubt the results.
Listen, this guy's an idiot, alright? You might take the wrong idea from him, but Lance, he's just a musclehead. I mean, listen, he might have his head straight on about a couple things and knows a lot, but it's not really that he's smart, okay?
Man, you're going real out of your way to call him dumb.
Well, I mean, he is. Look at him. He does this every day.
I think that's dedication, not stupidity.
Well, yeah, they're two different things, I know. And I'm not disparaging a guy for training, but it's that he's kind of would you call a guy who's training every day to fly dedicated in a good way?
Are they like a faunus?
No, Clara. May, of course not. He says, no, May, of course not. You know what I'm trying to ask here, right?
Yeah, but don't you feel like something... Claire's gonna think about it being he likes doing it, right?
Wayne kind of gives a carefree smile, but it doesn't really reach his eyes. That's the part I'm mainly talking about, though. This guy here is way too straightforward about things. The kind of type who says something and doesn't really want to back down on it. That's why the only way he knows how to solve problems is face forward. So either he learns something about it to have a fact he can use, or he just learns how to hit it hard enough so it goes away. And I wouldn't say it's always just because he's exactly smiling and happy. I mean, look at him right now. Does he look like he's having a good time?
Yeah.
I'll
He's
have Felix
not
look
exact-
over at him.
It's not exactly critting. You can do like rapport rolls if you want to get better than that.
Yeah, dude. Rolling?
Roll a
Yeah.
1, yeah, he looks sweaty.
Oh no, dude!
And you slip,
And you
your pants
slip
fall
on
down. Eddie ghoulish grin.
Eddie, I didn't say that.
Vermilion
Okay.
comes out and decks you.
Rolled low. Sorry you did.
Sorry, you did. Ugh.
Yeah.
Sorry, my report's bad.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, Felix isn't blind. He looks like he's really putting himself out by doing this. I mean, like, he's had like 1,000 swings of this giant sword every day. Like, this guy's, fit, but he's really fucking taking a lot out of himself to do this. And it kind of seems just like repetitive swinging motions. He's not really developing anything. This is just like straight strength training to a ridiculous degree of dedication.
Oh no.
But Clara sees that it is just kind of looks like the entire time he's clenching his teeth and seems not distracted, but seems like he's really focused on something that is just. I mean, he's not like jogging with a grin on his face. He looks. It looks like this is a lot to take out of him every time. Not that he's hurting himself necessarily, but it's the kind of I'm working out because using my physical anger rather than anything else. Going to a gym and seeing a guy scream as he drops like a fucking big weight that he was lifting over his head. That sort of energy.
Yeah. This guy will just kind of be looking at him for a second, she'll like then look towards Wayne. What's bothering him?
Wayne's playing with his bangs a little bit and kind of smirks kind of sardonically. What doesn't? Nah, but this isn't anything new. Don't worry about that. It's been like this since we were kids, after all. I mean, the dude's been hounding Artie since, like, we became playmates, after all. Imagine trying to keep up with good old Prince all the time, right?
Wow, that's quite the rival to set for yourself.
Yeah, especially when you're a little kid. And then not realize you can just kind of let it go after a while. Wayne sighs, kind of exasperated for a second, shakes his head, but smiles a bit fondly. I mean, honestly, already had a pretty good starting point. I mean, not just economic and societal-wise. Dude's aura and semblance are both already pretty abnormally good, right? Kind of a natural at a lot of things, too. Rubs everyone the wrong way, don't worry. He's kind of got lucky on all accounts. But for a guy like Lance, who doesn't really have the social graces of something better than a teapot, he doesn't really pick up on the fact that that's never really gonna put him in a good position if he just takes it straight on.
Yeah, I mean, I've taken Archie straight home myself, one time, and well, it has a way of showing you things.
Yeah.
This guy's just thinking her super move getting like punched through by when she trained with Artie, and she's gonna look towards Lance.
Now, it's not always about strength all the time, I'll say, but even in games and stuff, they used to get really competitive about hide and seek, I tell you that.
Since they were
More
kids,
so,
huh?
I'd say Lance would get competitive. Oh, yeah. Seriously. Like, when I say that, I'm not trying to go out of my way to make it sound cute. I mean, honestly, I think out of all of us, Lance is one of the ones who gets already the best, but he certainly doesn't show it in the way that's best for him.
I mean, we know that Lance is no, pushover. And, not just in, fighting, like in the Vinyl Festival. Usually, has some good things to say about most things we talked to him about. But...
Yeah, you can't in recent memory remember, like, Lance is, like, able to, like, name off, like, socio-political situations.
Yeah, and it's like... he's letting all that get to him just because he's comparing himself to probably the, kind of peak of the mountain in a way.
Yeah, the dude's an idiot. kind of endearing, though. In a really frustrating way. Wayne scratches the back of his head. Certainly makes Artie happy, though. Just wish it, Matt, just wish Lance could, get something better out of it himself once in a while, so he didn't seem like such an egghead about this.
I mean, maybe...
Seriously, what a douche.
Claire will just kind of give, like, a nervous smile. I mean, at least when he's doing this, he has someone like you in the bushes watching him.
I'm not doing much. I just admire the guy. I mean, seriously. There's stupid, and then there's this. And it kind of loops around to being endearing and kind of impressive. I mean, like I said, might not call the guy trying to fly smart. But, I mean, can't say I could be committed to something like that myself.
Claire will kind of bend down a bit and like, look at Lancel getting more at like Wynn's level as he's in the bush.
It's like a tree.
Oh, yeah.
You're under like tree coverage. Yeah, go ahead.
Alright. So you think he's got any hope?
Sorry, what'd you say?
You think he's got any hope of like beating Artie?
Hope? I mean, you're serious? He says, looking towards Clara and looking towards Felix to see if he can tell if she's serious.
I think she's being serious.
Oh, no, definitely not. I mean, Artie doesn't do, anything close to what Lance has to put in. Like I said, Artie started off way ahead of all of us and just is, well, gifted in one of those really annoying ways, like just being born taller than someone. Lance isn't exactly a pushover, but even his semblance is all about just layering on more and more work to himself. This kind of guy, with this kind of attitude, but that's just who Lance is, He says, kind of smiling again, kind of looking a little sad. I mean, with all things, too. Like, for God's sake, the guy can't keep himself from putting himself in these situations. He's got a crush on Artie's sister and all of that, and that's been going on about the same way. Like I said, he's too damn honest about these fucking things. Let me tell you, just because we're nobility doesn't mean you're gonna have a chance of marrying a princess. That's for sure.
I mean, still gotta try, right?
What? To torture yourself longer?
Claire's
Seriously. You're not telling me you're peas in a pod. I feel bad for you then, Felix. And especially your partner, Clara. Whew.
I
I must say that does sound quite hopeless.
When I see Lance get a broken arm, I don't feel as bad as seeing him right now. At least then it's something that's, just gonna go away after a while. This is like knowing he's, swallowing razor wire his whole life. I don't know. Maybe I'm being dramatic, but he shrugs. The dude's just too honest about things. That's why he gets along with, and he kind of gets some shivers and kind of straightens up. Speak of the devil. As you see Moore's walking down the street, kind of surveying Lance as she's coming up to you guys, and she'll kind of look over and look a little surprised, like she didn't notice you two. As she kind of catches herself and goes, "Oh, Felix, Clara, morning."
Claire will just kind of nod.
Good morning.
Sheesh, hey, no friendly hello for me? Right, sorry, Wayne. Wayne kind of blinks and looks a little surprised. Huh. Wow. Weird to see you up and about. Kind of pauses, looking like if he needs to finish a sentence, and Morris goes, Oh, I suppose I was wondering where you all were at this point. I knew Lance had to be training somewhere. Yeah. We were just talking about how he's an idiot.
And Claire will kind of like looking at him again. Still don't know if I can agree with that.
Huh? Oh, I mean, it's not like I'm saying he's an idiot in a mean way, May. Come on.
I know what you're saying,
I'm his best
Wayne.
buddy.
It's just, if he wants to put all this effort in to try and, get to where he wants, Isn't it the right thing to do to just cheer him on?
Huh? And let someone like that struggle? No. You're supposed to tell your friends what's wrong once in a while. Hey, I'm not saying I'm a good one. I mean, here I am, just sitting here watching.
Well, if that is all true, then I Felix kind of look over at Lance, like, do not envy your position, Wayne.
Whew, yeah, thanks. Still, I feel like you talk a bit inappropriately about this. No! I mean, come on! I seriously think I'm the only adult on this team sometimes. Wayne kind of scanning the area and sighs and goes, man, this is weird.
I mean, yeah, we are kind of just all whispering while looking at him.
Huh? No, I meant that Artie's not anywhere. I mean, where'd he go, Morris? He's... She kind of pauses, and he kind of looks a little confused. Fine. He's fine? Yes?
Fine, like, where?
He's off in the city for now. We have appointments later. I didn't forget about those, if that's what you mean. No. I didn't. I know you don't really exactly forget appointments, Morris. I just meant, like, why are you... You're kind of, like, looking a lot less like a lost puppy right now. And she kind of looks down at her feet, and he kind of looks surprised. He's fine. He's out on town with Miss Roserum right now. I don't think he exactly needs my protection in the Valish city like this either way. Well, I guess if you're all right then. She nods to herself. I'll be going.
Hey, I think I'm done looking at him train. If I can go with you, if you're not doing anything.
Go with me where?
Where are you going?
Yeah, you got something to do, right? I mean, sorry, I didn't... Jeez. No, I'm good, actually. Perhaps I can find something for myself to do right now. I would actually prefer if I could do that by myself. Thank you, though. It's nothing personal, of course, she says towards Clara and towards Wayne, and she dips her head a little bit. You don't have anything to apologize for. Wayne kind of looks like a little uncomfortable all of a sudden. And Morris is going to turn to start and walk away. As Wayne like slaps the back of his head and goes, "Oh man, she never responds like that. I didn't know it was gonna be that bad."
That is...
Yeah, you're an idiot. Oh, what the hell? When did you finish? She says towards Lance, all irritated as Lance has wiping himself down with a towel. He didn't. I just got distracted by that. Yeah, it was pretty weird, huh? Yeah. They say both looking up where Morris went. I'm gonna have to apologize to her somehow. Well, I know she doesn't like flowers and chocolates. She doesn't like them from you. Yeah, that's... What, am I gonna have someone else deliver them? God, idiot. You gotta apologize by yourself. Damn. Maybe you take her out to lunch? She wouldn't like that either. Yeah.
Would she...
Ah!
Would she like anything you can do?
No, because I always tried to take her out doing that stuff like that. Damn it, did I go for all my options already? Probably.
Bit yourself in the back.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I didn't think I'd ever make her this upset. Mad I can handle, but upset? Are you sure you have the ability to actually make her upset? Well, no, but I did something. Jeez. I guess I should have known it was serious when she wasn't trailing Princey, huh? I wonder what the hell's up with her.
Yeah. It's... weird. That's definitely not how she's normally acted from what I've seen.
Oh yeah, I can guarantee you the way you've seen it's Morris through and through. She doesn't exactly have an inside kind of voice. Pretty straightforward type. She's been off since the festival. Lance says, adjusting his hat a little bit and putting on his clothes. I guess that's a good enough reason to end early. Huh? You thinking about going after her? Maybe in a while. Definitely better if I handle this. What? No, dude! Come on! Maybe we should, go, guys. I mean, I guess I kind of stuck my foot in my mouth. He shrugs.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
Right. Bummer. Alright, well, I guess we'll catch you guys around. Hope you have something more exciting than we have to do. Ah, shit, she's not gonna still... Yeah, we definitely have to catch her before that policeman's ball or whatever later. Come on! I'm the one who said we were going, Lance says as Wayne tries to reassert that and head off. Lance shakes his head. He looks at both of you and goes, sorry that my partner's kind of an idiot.
It's fine.
And he
It's
turns to go follow
endearing.
him. Those two will leave and leave you two alone. Sorry, should I change the scene?
No, sorry. I should have said something. I was thinking too long.
No, it's
My bad.
okay. You can just give me a second if you're thinking.
I know. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'll have Felix kind of like as he's watching them walk off. Will be like, "That was you tend to hang out with them more. That is regular, yes."
Which part of it?
Well, more as I could tell, but those two think the other's an idiot.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It seems like, you know, Felix, what they say, opposites attract? Like, they're best friends, but they're...
Who says that?
It's like saying, Felix.
Sorry.
Yeah, jeez. As I was saying, they're real different from each other, but that's why they get along so well.
I do not think that's true, but... Well, they do get along, but I wouldn't chalk it up to that.
Well, yeah, it's not just that. I mean, it's only saying, Pio. It's not that powerful.
Let's kind of look at it and be like, of course, yes. Well, I suppose we should go do something less depressing than whatever that was.
Yeah, I guess you're right. So I guess we can walk away.
Nice, yeah. Can head back out in the city. Alright. Very good. I'll use the bathroom. I'm gonna check to see if my...
A few moments later.
Felix met up with Jose at one point. Any particulars, or you just want to be walking around the city and have a conversation?
I mean, yeah. I mean, Felix is still wanting to see stuff in the city, so, he'll want to hang out with someone along the way, and I'm sure Clara's taken today. So we had our little outing before, so...
Exactly.
Want to hang out with this boy, Jose.
Yeah. So you've been heading around the place with Jose at this point. This is closer towards the outer section of the city. There's not real exactly defined layers outside the districts in the city, but obviously the ones closer to any of the, I believe I said there's like 3 main entranceways, obviously has a bit of a larger road and traffic stuff that peels off into smaller sections, and it's a little lighter on the super condensed buildings right on the edge. And you're strolling through the area, cars honking and beeping as they go by. Seems like a pretty busy day for traffic intake. there's times when the doors are like closed for repairs once in a while. They go through cycles and stuff, so maybe one of them is currently being worked on right now. There's increased traffic for the others. You're making your way across the streets. Jose's got his one of those ripple sort of looking hoodies on like usual. Kind of went back to using those now that there's a slight climate that allows them a little more without ice dust and to keep a lower profile. And you're patrolling around looking for anything interesting, places to stop at. Some of the warehouses nearby still have some shops near them, but nothing quite as boutique-y or fancy as in some of the other districts you've been to.
Right.
Yeah. So I guess there's not exactly going to be too many more supply stores around here. Looks like a lot of the buildings they might host stuff in, but I mean, I guess in a city like this, there's less want for them. Weapon supplies and stuff. I mean, there's like a few back in the central area, but kind of hums and haws a little bit. Oh. And then kind of nods over at another one of the warehouses that's irons, like weapons of manufacturing. Oh, there's another. It's like 4 now. I didn't realize we had so many storage places here. Guess they're really banking on a lot of traffic coming through once the railway projects are done.
Well, I suppose your father's business does stretch a bit farther than you might imagine.
Yeah, definitely. More so, I'm always surprised at how ambitious it can be. Still, I guess even in a place like this, if they get that tunnel up and running and everything, a direct link towards Vale, easier link towards cargo from sea and stuff. It's prime real estate, so it doesn't surprise me that Dad's trying to get on the ground floor of it. A lot easier to fight over territory in Vale a lot easier to fight over territory in Vacuo, though, in Vale. There's twice as many Schnee places here. If not more. Winter's Pops is pretty brutal. Or not Winter, Willow's Pops is pretty brutal.
Yes, I don't know much about the business world, but I imagine it is quite cutthroat.
Yeah, you got along all right with her uncle, right? After you did that job for him?
Well, yes, I suppose that's one way to put it.
You think they're that different? I know they're not exactly both in the same corners of the business, but still. Figured they couldn't be that off.
Felix will just kind of think about it for a second and shrug and be like, I don't know. I don't think I really got a feeling for the other one.
Oh, yeah. Kind of a busy guy, I guess, to catch himself, but, well, hey, there's no shortage of people interviewing and coverage on him, so, I don't know, go on some website, crack one of the books or something. Hell, newspapers. You'll probably hear stuff about him.
Suppose I do prefer to meet people in person, but that is not something that always come up, I'm afraid.
Oh, yeah. I don't know, maybe you guys just have a skewed view on that. You meet a lot of interesting people. Honestly, we all got a big rubbing with some people you probably wouldn't have normally at the Vital Festival. Turns out actually earning your spot somewhere in some fame and recognition gets you closer to that. It's nice to do it on my own merit, for once.
Yes, well, I think that we all performed quite admirably.
Yeah, I'll say. Enough to get booked up here. Oh.
Yes, I suppose so.
Oh, yeah. Glenn mentioned you guys finally met the governor, right?
Yes, he, is an interesting man.
Did you guys actually go to his estate?
Yes, we did.
We only saw him at the government building. Haven't had a chance to tour the estate myself yet. See if it's really all that's cracked up to be.
It is quite the sight.
Yeah, Vineyard's one of the largest agricultural, artisan refineries, I think, in the near area. Probably one of the fanciest ones in Vale, though it's definitely not his biggest property. Dude's a tycoon when it comes to that end of the business. Plants and stuff, the shit we don't really touch at Irons. But kind of more important to keep people fed than to give them bullets. Most of the time, that is. So I can see how it profits him so much.
Yes,
quite the fucking industry.
I did find myself surprised at the number of employees he had.
Yeah, well, certainly affordable from the way he handles it, I hear.
Yes, I looks kind of look a little troubled and be like, I must admit it was uncomfortable for me.
Yeah, I guess it would be, huh? I don't really know. It's weird. Yeah, I know he's kind of an outlier because of that around here, at least. A lot of people in Vale kind of have it rough. I mean, a lot of their economic structure is based off their Merchants Guild thing, so considering the kind of restrictions they've had in place for faunus and stuff like that, not really having their own business rights and stuff, I think this sort of thing is where, well, a lot of them end up. Physical labor, simple jobs, things like that. I mean, not like they can do anything on their own above board.
Yes, I suppose that is true. I this will kind of look still looking troubled. It'll be like, I really need to get more accommodated to how things are.
Yeah, you're telling me. I mean, it's easy to hear about stuff like this and not really understand it. I mean, after all, Vale was pretty much one of the big contributors to post-war, allowances for faunus in a lot of societies and things like that. You wouldn't think, looking at it right now, that they were the, most proactive in it. But I guess we were kind of crawling back from being legally, ownable. So, I guess this is better than before, right? Technically.
Yes.
I heard people
guess
say
it's easy to take it that way.
I heard people trying to rationalize it, like trying to say, well, it's not like a Mistral, you can just open up shop here without legalization of that either. Kind of treat it like we're all foreign citizens. Even if you're born here, being faunus means you're outside of it. I guess... Nah, it still doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
I must agree with you. Well, frankly, I don't understand it one bit.
Yeah, it's disturbing. I mean, makes sense why a lot of them would end up in Valenwall passing through to Vacua and stuff. Not just because emigrating there is, well, as simple as walking over the border, but a lot more liberties than what you can do if you can handle the sand, I guess. But in Valenwall, basically wall to wall, like the governor has it here. I mean, the minute they get somewhere they're able to work free, or they start up a bunch of their own shops and stuff. Honestly, kind of, dulled me to realizing how bad it can get in some places. For all the shit it sounds like that place is, Mistral at least doesn't have anything that technically stops them from owning their own shit. I think it's just more socially integrated. But I don't know.
Yes, it is a bit different.
Hmm. Ugh. Hmm. Sorry that I can keep my shit kind of hidden.
Ah, I hope you don't think I'm jealous of you over that.
Well, I'd hope not. It still just makes me feel like an asshole sometimes, you know? I don't know.
I do not
It's
think you should
weird.
think that way.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like. Kind of makes me feel like it's weird that I'm able to get away with it if I wanted to. I don't really know if I have a need to or not. I've always just been a kind of sit in the background kind of guy if I have the option, but it makes it feel like weird. Realize how easy it could be for me. As long as I don't go like swimming or something.
Well, I cannot tell you how to live your life, but I don't think you should keep it hidden, in my opinion.
Yeah, he nods kind of a little bit as he's thinking about it. Yeah, wouldn't be too much point in the public world for anyone who knows me. But still, in the day to day, I don't know. Could make things easier. It's just like that thought of like. He kind of thinks as he's mulling it over, looking like in like little different ways, like he's checking his own mental map, thinking of it. It's like if you're at a restaurant or something and you get a burger and you wanted like, lettuce, pickles, tomatoes, but you don't get your pickles or whatever. If I'm that kind of guy, I don't want to get up and tell them that and have them give me some or make another one or do whatever they have to do to correct it. I don't want to cause a fuss. Just doesn't seem worth it, right? Just like pickles or whatever. But I mean, that's just how I always think about these things, I guess. Easier to go with it, not cause a problem. Sure, some things got under my skin, but those are the exceptions. So when it comes to something like this, I mean, my normal solution is to try not to bother, like, thinking about it or acting on it. And I don't think that's the right thing, but a hell of a lot easier. Sorry, this has been on my mind a lot since we got here. Culture shock, I guess.
I'm glad you talked to me about it. It's. Well, I don't know what I would do if I could hide these, he'll say, pointing at his horns, or the ears as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotta be a little weird to think about for you, also. So I guess it kind of goes both ways. Not being able to and being able to, huh? Maybe I'm just overthinking this, huh?
Well, maybe a bit, but it is something you have to consider.
Right. Speaking of hard to hide, Jose says as he kind of nods forward as you're walking down the street. You see, talking to Mr. Toby over here, the young baker, is Percival, as he is pushing another bag towards her hands as she is looking reticent towards taking it. She's not in her actual knight's attire today. It's like just like a overalls and like a large like brown like thick t-shirt and like big work boots and a bandana kind of around her neck. She looks hesitantly. That's the horsewoman, the faunus, right? You guys ran into?
Yes, she was quite the help for us.
Yeah. Nebu did some poking around online about anything. She was like a mercenary for a while, I guess. Nothing famous or anything, right? But, I mean, she's a pretty well-known local. You, want to say hi or just not bother?
No, it'd be perfect to say hi. I would like to ask her something.
Oh, yeah. Alright. Jose'll nod and pull his hoodie down so he looks a little less rude as you guys are walking up. As Percival's eyes kind of slowly scan the area, she's looking for ways to get out of this extra gift, and she sees you and a friend approach, and she kind of pauses and takes the bag from Toby and goes, "Tell you what, Toby, I would be happy to take this if I could share it with a friend of mine." She kind of steps forward. "Felix, this is Toby. He's a local baker. Incredibly good. It's where I get most of the food I actually enjoy. Please try some. This whole bag, if you would." She says, thrusting the free bag he's trying to give her on to you.
Felix being caught in the middle of about to say hi to Toby, and he'll just have the bread in his hand and be like, "I thank you. This gift is unexpected, but welcome."
Oh. Hey, Addie, friend of Percy. Miss Campbell's a friend of mine. He smiles at you. He's probably around your age, maybe a little older.
Right.
And he happily, kind of little pudgy side, red cheeks, big baker's apron and stuff, and little not bandana, but one of the tied back, not full fishnet, but cover on his hat, and he shakes your hand after taking it off and dusting some flour off and stuff. And Jose says, "Jose, nice to meet you, kids, or guys." Oh, weird. Well, I mean, if your friends are gonna eat it, that's fine. Just make sure you have enough, Percy. I will. Thank you, Toby. She smiles a little bit, nods at him warmly. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah, no thing. Oh, I gotta get back to some of the crusts that are on, but, well, don't be a stranger. I can't be. She smiles a bit happily as she leans down to stare at some of the baked goods in her bag. This is probably one of the most attractive opportunities in this city. It at least keeps me making the long treks.
Well, I do hope Felix is holding up the loaf of bread, I assume, right?
Yeah, there's some bread and some pastries in the bottom, some croissants and stuff.
My team will enjoy this. Thank you for the gift.
Oh, of course. Please. He always tries to give me too much for nothing, and I can't personally accept that. But if it's to show more thanks for what you did, I suppose I can allow myself a momentary indulgence of his gratitude if I could relay it to you. Jose, right? Percival Chamomile, she says as she steps up to shake his hand, and he nods a little bit. Yeah, nice to meet you. Wow, yeah, you're about as serious business as they made it sound like. Oh, these guys and stuff. Jose says kind of awkwardly. She pauses, blinks, and goes, "Oh, reputation-wise." She looks down. Technically, I'm not in my equipment, so I suppose I should take it as a compliment that you can notice something like that. Thank you. You're also a huntsman, right? One of the others who came into the city? Yeah, I'm on Team Iris. Right, the other competitors. Well, what are you two up to today?
We were simply walking around, trying out the sights and the sounds of the city.
Goddess knows I've never really gone further than this point in it. I'm afraid I'll never find my way back out. I know every nook and cranny of the roads outside this place, but this... Her ears kind of twitch a little bit as her face remains pretty passive, but they kind of anxiously twitch. I don't know how long I could stand to be under this crust, as they call it. The outside is a little more necessary to me than I realize sometimes.
Well, I must say it was a bit overwhelming for myself at first, but it's a good place, all in all, so far.
Yeah, plus we kind of, got a little used to shade. It's not exactly the same thing, but the three swords are a pretty big cover most of the time. Can practically feel like you're in a full cave. As long as you don't look too far up. Ah, right. I suppose you'd have the advantage in that regard. Well, better for you to be able to handle both worlds, unlike me. And she kind of looks down for a second, her face darkening a little bit, and she sighs. Oh, well, I just want to say sorry again for what happened in Redwall. If you could relay that to all of your team, I would appreciate that. And to Sir Varric as well at some point. Should you see him before me.
Of course. I do not think it is your fault, but I will still relay that.
Perhaps it's not my fault, but I need to apologize on the behalf of those who it is, as they'll have no intent of doing so. Things have become much more tense than I could have predicted. I feel like I could have warned you more. That bad, huh? I mean, it sounded like some bad misunderstandings. Pretty bad ones, but not like worse than that, right?
It turned out alright, but it did get closer than I would have liked.
Unfortunately, I don't think there's anything that's improved, and I'm not sure what could be done about it right now anyway. That thing, the Guardian, is only encouraging this sort of behavior, I think, in its presence. Well, I appreciate that it's added more protection to the village. I don't like the way it's, well, giving them an excuse to become belligerent about things. It's difficult to live there. I won't deny that. But out of all the places on Remnant, it at least offered us, well, our own autonomy to a degree. Receiving help from others, even though we may not see eye to eye with them, should not be met with such barbarity. But that is what happens with newfound strength. Perhaps I'm just projecting too much of my own opinions on things. I remember very clearly when I unlocked my aura when I was younger, bending a metal rod by accident. It scared my younger sister. She was quite young at the time, to be fair. I think most things scared her. She says, kind of looking down for a second, like quickly catching herself, and then reassesses herself and nods. But my point was more so the suddenness of it all. At least I knew what to do with it when I had it, but I would say the townsfolk have mixed opinions, and it's only led to disarray.
I see. I guess I did not. I'd known of the people none of the people that were worshipping it, but I didn't. I suppose it would give them false hope in a sense.
Yes, that's a way to look at it. An assumed more assured position of power, security. Some people change with that. It can be difficult to serve people like that in a way. I don't wish for them to cower in fear as they must have before, but still, to have it go in this direction, well, you shouldn't put all the blame on the Guardian after all, but still, out of all the things that could have influenced them to go upon, this is not the one I'd wanted. This is the one I would want the least. This sort of isolationism is not good for us, as much as it might seem like it. At least I think.
Well, I would personally agree with you.
Well, I'm sorry for bringing up troublesome topics again. I just wish to make it clear that it was, well, helpful. I'm sure some must have noticed, and maybe they'll begin to regret their decisions. After all, we can only really affect others with our actions. Words are as heavy as wind, I find.
Felix will kind of want to say something to that, but he'll continue on and be like, I would like to ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Oh, of course. I've prattled on long enough. Go ahead.
I do not see myself going back to Redwall soon enough than I'd like, so if you could... What? Is that old man alright?
Ah, yes. He's doing better. He's been resting. I did my best to find the children who... She kind of looks to the side for a second, still keeping that pensive face as her ears kind of twitch and stand up for a second. Were rallied. You have to understand, youth, as I'm sure you might know, can bring with it quite a bit of strong-headedness. I've managed to at least relay to some of their parents and them the fault of their ways, and no one has since bothered him. I've made sure of that. He'll be fine. He's as tough as he looks, and isn't going to let this harm him in the long run. But that sort of behavior... Well, he's a good influence. His reaction to it should provide a lesson for them all. And hopefully it will guilt them into feeling the true error of their ways.
Yes. Well, I'm glad to hear you say that.
But please, I promise that all... Well, holy shit, one sec. But please, I promise, to the best of my capabilities, I won't allow something like that to happen to him again, or any I can do in the village. I don't want it to be torn asunder by something like this, especially not for something so misguided. So please, your concerns are much appreciated, but I just hope they don't busy you with untoward thoughts.
I'm afraid it's a little too late for that. As you
Yeah.
said, our actions have consequences, carry weight.
She kind of lets out like a bitter little sigh. And I suppose I did incur that. Well, forgive me for putting you in an awkward situation then. But remember, not all such consequences could be seen. No one would blame you for what you did, I think. Except yourself, it seems.
Yes, well, I suppose that I'll have to take the fact that he is alright now, as well as I can.
Yes, there's no point in harming yourself. You should, if you're this frustrated, funnel it towards improvement then. You can say every day how much you feel it is incorrect what happened, but I find it more therapeutic to simply return to some level of routine. I polish my armor, I store my aura, I jog, I patrol. Things like that. As simple as they may be, I should busy myself with them before any thoughts like that. If I still have time at the end of the day, and I'm not too tired that I am passing out into my bed by then, I suppose I can allow myself some time to suffer. But until then, there are more important things. Perhaps that mentality works for someone like you as well.
Felix will kind of, he'll look at her and be like, I suppose that could work for me, but I think I might have to go about it my own way. But thank you.
Yes, of course. She lets out a small little airy laugh and gives you a tiny smile. I am told I am too practical about these sorts of things myself. Children don't understand me, and they're a good measure for when one's own emotions are intact. I just hope you can find something that helps you.
Thank you. I'll try not to dwell on it too much from now on.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Keep to your word, then. Prove that it has some measure of weight.
Very well.
Well,
So we'll kind of look over at Jose, see what he's, looking
Yeah,
like.
he's been nodding along and just listening, but this seemed like kind of like a simple,
Yeah,
like, I don't want to step in on this conversation, but he gives you like a little nod and like a pat in the back. And she turns over towards him and goes, "Oh, it was a pleasure meeting you, Jose. If we should, I will be able to assist you to the best of my abilities out there if you're on any more of your patrols or caravanserai missions. But for now, I do have to return to the village. Some of these buns," she says, as she gestures for one of the bags she's holding, "have a large few number of children's names on them, and the rest are mine, and I'd like to eat them warm at some point, so I will be seeing you too then. Stay as safe as you can in this place, and with whatever you need to do while you're here. Yeah, nice meeting you, Miss Percival. Right. Good day, then." She nods
Goodbye.
towards him and then Felix and trots off. She's a horse.
horse, dude.
Face.
Holy shit.
Toby gives her a wave and goodbye again as he's by one of the windows, and she gives a friendly smile towards him. Well, I mean, if the night lady told you to stop being a sad sack, you kind of got it, right?
I suppose I do have my orders. As she said, I did say that, so I must follow through.
Well, you better keep to your word, huh? Wow, she really knows how to, cut right to it. I think she thought that sounded reassuring.
Well, luckily I found it reassuring.
She blinks, and then kind of chuckles. Yeah, of course you would. I guess she found someone who she can finally relate to in you, huh?
I think that most people would find it reassuring. You know,
Yeah.
perhaps you're the strange one in this case.
Yeah, I'm the weirdo. Right. Yeah,
Could
why don't we
happen.
at least see if this bread's as good as they say, huh?
Yes, and we should... I'll save a bit for Viridian. He would most likely be very angry if I didn't.
Oh, yeah. This is probably some Valish delicacy or whatever, and boy loves his food, that's for sure.
Yes, and even if it wasn't, he'd probably make up some story that it was.
Yeah. We really gotta fact check him on some of this bullshit.
I've never believed everything Viridian said.
Hey, good call. You and your boy can go on outwards with some bread and pastry in hands. Unless there's anything else you want to say.
I think that's good.
All right. I love horses.
I love horses. Fuck Viridian.
Fuck Viridian, I love horses.
Fuck Viridian. He's stupid.
Stupid. What kind of bread is this, Viridian?
Looks out car.
Punch Woogie!
Car.
Beating the shit out of you.
This is car roof bread, huh? Yeah.
What? You don't got that where you come from?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Alright, Clara. What do we got?
Oh god, where Felix go? Did he get hit by a car?
Yup.
Yes.
Oh, Philo.
Yes, and guess what happened? I said, Blake, please wake up, please wake up! You have to roll to save him, please! And
But
you didn't roll.
unfortunately,
Ah, shit,
you
I
didn't roll.
I rolled a
You
one on my
skin.
I rolled a one on my strength save. I'm sorry.
Skinned alive.
I guess.
I'd say, what do you mean strength save? That's not... But,
Well, no, see, I'm dodging out of a car, and the logic goes
like punching it. Yeah,
no,
exactly.
No. The strength of my ankles as I move.
Ah, right, of course.
Is that purely because my strength is worse than my dex? Probably.
Of course, Eddie. Of course.
Actually, I anchored myself and my ankles appropriately and stretched today, so you can't make me roll that.
Well, since you have an explanation, I guess.
Damn when you want to fuck players over, but you can't be asked to like actually commit, so you give up at the first sign of assistance.
Yeah.
Fucking Jesus Christ. So
Yeah.
I say Claire will just be strolling down the street as she does, trying to get just explore the city, walk around while she has the time.
Mm-hmm.
And well, she would come upon a site I think she'd grow familiar with at this point, which is the sidewalk being blocked by a truck as people are doing things.
Yes. Exactly. Offloading.
And considering, and she kind of looks around a bit, being like, okay, how do I just go over it? I can't cross the street, it's too busy. And I'm sure look at this fucking scene. There has to be some noise coming from this alley.
Yeah, I mean, there's people down the alley. Exactly. You can tell it's an inhabited place. You hear a familiar Valish drawl coming from it.
Claire
You see one of Viridian's birds on the entrance to the alleyway.
Claire just sips her drinks and kind of drink and just kind of waves at it.
It chirps a little bit.
I should have started walking down the alley to check out what's going on.
Yeah. All right. So, Periwinkle Hancock is here with fresh assistant and Viridian, who's lugging around some equipment and looks miffed as Periwinkle is looking around, trying to talk to some of these people here. As the Scarred Whore and the Faunus Fug both aren't really giving him the time of day, as his fresh assistant is worryingly trying to tell him they should leave, as there's some scary people here. Viridian just has a bunch of equipment under his arms, a camera, a boom mic, and stuff like that. Kind of looks like he's been hoodwinked.
Claire will just, take in the scene, look at the paparazzi, decide, well, Viridian is already mixed up in this, so really...
You can't tell they're paparazzi.
Do they not have cameras?
Bro, undercover, poorly disguised, and well disguised? Yeah, one of them's in a clown suit, but the other guys just look like homeless people.
Do I recognize any of them from the other day?
Well, alright, give me a wit roll.
Oh shit, what if I roll a 1 and forget everything?
No, that one... Oh, that was a joke, right? Sorry, I'm a GM.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm in containment brain.
What?
Yeah, nice. You trying to trick me?
Whoops.
Whoa.
Literally
what?
trying to cheat.
What
Liam
the
rolls his
fuck?
dice and then picks it up quickly. Very cool. Yeah, I mean, that clown is definitely one of the paparazzi members. Definitely. He has a little camera in the flower, and he has a sad clown makeup on. You're not really sure if that's just, his new job.
Did they find
It is funny that he's hanging out with 2 other people like before, but you don't recognize them.
There were 4 of them last time. Did they finally find the undercover one?
No,
oh wait, no, he's right there. He's the clown.
He's right there. There are only 3.
Oh. Well. Claire will regard them, but then turn to what's more important, which is start walking over to see what Viridian's up to.
Yeah. He'll turn to look at you a little bit and frown. I thought he said he was a film guy, and I wanted to get in one to shot, so Gwen would be watching it one day. He's just turned to start talking to you because he obviously knew you were coming. It's just so Gwen would be watching it and see me, and I'd ruin her movie. But he's just been going around talking to people.
Claire's trying to think too.
I'm starting to think we're not filming nothing.
Claire's thinking to her conversation with Gwen the other day when they met Hancock.
Yeah.
I don't know if Gwen is the biggest fan of his movies.
His eyes go cross a little bit. Yeah, I mean, but he said he's pretty famous. And I asked the robot to look up if he's famous or not for me. And he said he was. And that guy, I'd probably have something to say to Doc if he was lying. So, I mean, Does she not watch the, like, famous movies or what?
No, I don't think it's, like, unreasonable to think that she'd watch it.
Yeah. Also, I just kind of felt a little bad. Like, I thought it was funny at first. The little, he nods towards, like, the, just graduated college, a fresh assistant who's worriedly grabbing him as the faunest thug has, like, pulled up his shirt and has, like, the handgun in the, like, pants, dug in, saying Perry's not really even flinching and kind of, like, is currently asking if he can see the gun. I kind of felt like, as funny as it was to laugh, it looks like they're gonna, like, get shot. So I just figured, I wouldn't mind having a rich guy owe me a favor, right? Besides, I was pretty bored.
No, those are all pretty fair reasons.
Yeah.
Makes you think how he's gotten about so far. This is what he does.
Yeah, he's got the deceiver's luck on his side, I tell you that. Also, I scanned the alleys and all that a little bit, and I gotta say, none of them guys who were here before, anywhere nearby. I don't think they might have had to turn up shop because of the mess we made. And I mean, I don't know how good of an thing I should feel about that. That might mean, like, they're extra mad if this was some prime real estate, I
guess it really depends on what happens next, yeah?
Yeah, that's why I'm keeping my birds up and my eyes peeled on things, because I really don't want them riding up on me with something, because I cost them their spot here.
Yeah, that certainly wouldn't be any good.
Hold on, he's reaching for that. Hey, he gestures. This is like he almost drops. Hey, Claire, you mind going up, interrupting that?
Yeah. Claire will just, like, slide past him as he's, like, fiddling with the boom mic.
Has the pistol in his hand, is pointing at Perry's head, going like, "I know you are not stepping to me." And Perry's like, "Oh dear,
Is
this real?"
As Claire will use rescue to push Perry out of the way, and just like kind of like grab the gun, but just tilt it up a bit. I'm not trying to do nothing, just trying to.
You grab my gun, I'm gonna fuck you up. He looks up at you. All right, don't step to me. Let go.
As Claire will release it, then take a step back while moving Perry.
Yeah, he'll step back and gesture angrily at you with the gun a little bit, but more like a pointer rather than a gun. Go fucking crazy! Get this motherfucker out of here!
Alright, I'm getting him away.
You're scaring away fucking customers! Get the fuck out of here!
That's Claire.
Hey, Green Bean! I'm not answering to that. Hey! Jolly Green Giant!
His name's
Alright, that one's pretty good. No. Yeah. Y'all buying? What are you selling?
Claire just looks towards Meridian.
What? Y'all not even gonna window shop? Y'all get Mr. Hancock out of here, alright?
Right.
There you go. He hands you all the equipment.
Claire is like lifted a bit. Right. Tell me if you spot those thugs or anything again, or need my help with something.
Low key, he says, like nodding. Low key, nodding towards the thug as he strides up to ask about what drugs he's selling.
Well, Claire will exit the alley. Meridian has that handled.
Yeah. The assistant is going to take a look at this as Perry is driven away. And he's going to look at her and go, you really ruined things for me back there.
Claire will just look at him like, what the fuck?
What? I was curious about how things worked here. And she was acting suspicious, I think. I mean, they'll get nervous if you look nervous, right?
What?
I've never been in a drug deal before.
Were you trying to buy drugs from that guy?
I have to know firsthand what it's like, so I don't embarrass myself if I ever wanted to write something.
Claire will just look a bit taken back and like, what
There's
the...
plenty of movies and things like this, but I don't know if they're all accurate.
I think the big camera, as Claire's like just lifts it a bit, might have kind of...
Oh, I don't know what... That boy asked me if he could help with a movie, and I said, yes, he could help move my equipment. I just...
that was Verdine, by the way, my teammate.
Oh, you're right! He was so much nicer looking than he was on screen. I think it had to do with that eye patch he was wearing in the Vital Festival. That was weird.
He puts on a mean game face.
He really does. He really does, doesn't he, Cheryl? And she's gone.
That really does happen a lot, huh?
I didn't like her. He looks over at you and whispers, I was putting it on extra thick.
Do you like any of your assistants?
Most of them, actually, yes.
Oh, that's a shame.
Well, I think this one was just looking for a connection into the business, and if you're just looking to socially climb, I mean, pick a business that's a little more corporate, I'd say.
Claire thinks of Viridian that was like, I can get a favor from this guy.
You want to put those down somewhere?
Yeah, do you have like a car I can put
Yes,
them
come
in?
here. Yes, here's my car. Oh, he says, look at the car in the middle of this, where the car was just parked in the middle of the street is been towed. Oh. Right. The road. Well, you can just put them down here, I suppose.
Did you leave your car here?
Yes.
Isn't this just like a busy street you're not supposed to park in? I mean, that sign's right there.
Yes. Do you think it was towed or stolen?
Did you
What's
lock
the
it?
keys in?
Probably stolen. Hey,
It's their lucky day, I guess.
Claire was about to ask the guy working. He's like, hey, he probably didn't fucking pay attention.
He probably stole it.
Claire will just put the camera and stuff down. Just look at him. Do you want me to like take anything out of it?
Huh? No. No, goodness, no. Just leave it there and maybe we'll pick it up later. No. Ah, what a day.
Yeah, I mean, sounds like it's been eventful so far and it's not even over yet.
Do you want something to smoke?
No, I don't smoke.
Me neither.
Claire was looking at him confused. Is that another thing you're learned in firsthand?
No, I just have some cigarettes on me.
Claire will look back towards the alley, like thinking, like, did you buy them from him?
I hear they work as currency for some folk. I'm trying to integrate myself a bit more deeper into the seedy underbelly here.
Perry, I think that's like in prisons.
Maybe I went too seedy then. Right, okay.
Yeah. This one time we broke into the Grindstone. It's a prison back in Shade.
I feel like you shouldn't be telling me that, but thank you.
Oh. Sorry.
No, don't apologize. Make more mistakes like that.
I don't know, something just feels comfortable talking to you.
Oh, why thank you. I wear everything on my sleeve.
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm feeling.
I suppose so.
Like,
So, you wouldn't happen to know anything about the murder, would you?
you mean like the one going around right now, yeah?
Yes, the Ripper. That's why I'm here.
Wait, what?
Well, I'm interested in studying serial killers, after all. I'd really like to find him and ask him some questions and do some character work.
Close is gonna pause for a moment and think.
I mean, really, can we really understand someone like that by making our own assumptions? I want to get a picture of what it's like that makes someone like that tick and put it up somewhere to really show people.
That sounds very dangerous.
Really? Good. That's the idea.
Do you really think he'd talk to you?
Oh, I don't know, but I'm going to try. I have to. I don't know what I'd do with myself if I didn't. I'd probably die. After all, it'd be like denying yourself, well, water or something like that. Our body wants what our body needs, right? I know what I need right now.
To find a serial killer?
And get to know what makes him tick.
Are you specifically planning on making like a movie about him?
Maybe not about him necessarily, unless he's very interesting. But I'd probably still base a character off of him.
Well,
After all, he's probably the most famous one, I'd say.
I mean, do you really think it's the Ripper? Isn't he like real old?
Well, is murder an age restricted thing?
Well, I mean, it takes a certain level of like physical fitness, doesn't it?
Well, considering the amount of bodies he's reached, he clearly has aura. And that can persist the person's abilities quite beyond the normal age, after all. And even if it isn't the old Ripper, whoever it is inspired by them, clearly, which would be another fascinating character, an imitation murderer. It's like trying to get mom and dad's attention, but with knives and, like, blood. Or, I don't know whose attention you'd want to get. It's a parental thing you're forcing upon a murderer, trying to capture their attention through their, well, art?
Maybe.
Fascinating leaps of logic to reach that, right?
I mean, I can't say who he's trying to reach, but he certainly got everyone's attention with the paper going out.
Well, exactly. And it'd have to be the Ripper if they're trying to imitate them, right? After all, when someone tries to steal my movie ideas, it does bother me. So I can understand that the Ripper, if they're around and this isn't them, would be bothered enough to come looking for them.
Getting a guy like that to come look for you?
I know. It'd be like meeting a hero. If I had any.
Claire will think, like, for a moment being like, oh god, is he crazy enough to be like, that is how I'll get the serial killers to come to me. I'll kill someone. But she'll think to herself, like, no, I don't think he's that insane.
Never discount it.
It's a thought. She did at least consider it.
Harry, I'm scary.
Well, I mean, as a huntsman, I gotta advise you don't go looking for a serial killer like that.
Well, that is your job. I can't blame you.
Maybe wait till...
For being so boring.
Maybe wait till, like, he's caught and then see if we get a chance.
I'm good.
Fair enough. I just can't condone you, putting yourself in a situation that will probably end with you getting hurt.
Why not?
Don't want to see you get hurt?
Why?
I
don't particularly mind.
Well, I mean, I think it'd be
as long as I'm still alive, and if I died, it might be a very interesting death.
Claire would think for a moment and look at him more seriously. I don't think there's any good reason for you to go die.
Well, I don't think there's any particular good reason for me to live in the first place. It's a lucky gift I've been given, but I shouldn't take it too personally, you know? That would be like taking advantage of something you borrowed. Every day's a blessing, and I'll be thankful for it, but I can't be bitter that it ends one day.
Claire's just thinking on that? Yeah.
But that's how I think about things. Imagine how a man like that, or woman I suppose, would think about it. It must be much more macabre.
I don't know if that's the thing I could even guess at.
Oh, you have a very poor sense of imagination then.
I guess I'm a bit too different from someone that might go do something like that.
Oh. Well, I
Okay.
don't think you'll be a very good huntsman then.
Claire's just gonna hum a bit.
You people are quite vicious, or need to be. All the best ones go a bit crazy, don't they? If you...
There have been a couple that have
Plenty.
suffered a bit from something like that.
Plenty, I'd say, yes. If you want to be the best, you have to be committed to do that. And I think if you're cognizant of it, that means you're not the best. No offense, of course.
Oh, I don't think
Being the best is hard.
it's certainly gonna be a long road.
I have to admit, I was hoping you'd be a bit more deranged.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. It really bothers me.
I mean,
That or you're keeping it well together, in which case I'd be more interested.
I am currently on the job.
You don't really look like it to me.
Well, our job right now is kind of wait till they give us something more important to do.
How boring.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of learning the lay of the land is kind of what my mission is right now.
Sounds like a waste of time if you ask me.
I mean, you never know what problems are around every corner. So,
I make it my mission normally to figure out what's around every corner.
well, I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing right now, you know? I found you were in that corner.
Well, if you're trying to kiss up to me, that's a pretty good attempt.
Yeah. Sure. Claire's just gonna sigh a bit. You got any more dangerous things planned for today, or you think you got your fill right now?
My fill? No, I didn't get anything I wanted, necessarily. They weren't exactly willing to do any business, and... well, if they weren't going to do any business, I doubt they'd have any more inclination to where I should be looking. So, I suppose this must have been a bust, and I will have to look for another assistant at one point.
How do you
This is troublesome.
How do you go about finding more of those?
I put out ads. Most of them just come to me.
Huh.
I'm quite famous after all, and I pay incredibly well. After all, I have to justify what I get them up in.
Claire
They don't seem to appreciate that, though.
would just like nod her head to the side of it, thinking like, oh yeah, no, makes sense.
Some people, they just think you're joking when you say you'll work them to the bone. Not enough hard workers. That's what I always say.
Yeah, it seems like a real demanding job.
Well, if you do ever wish to reveal that you're more deranged than you are now, I mean, I'm always waiting for it.
I'll get back to you on that one.
Try thinking more of your traumatic history. That's where I assume it would have come from.
Oh yeah, there are definitely some more emotional feelings wrapped up in that.
Oh, you're being coy. That's a good sign. Being able to handle and talk about that either means you might be a sociopath. Do you think you're a sociopath? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone.
No, I don't think I'm a sociopath, Perry.
Ooh, that means you might be. Good.
Claire was like sucking some breath, being like, "Yep."
All right, well, I suppose I can't expect it to always work out like this. Oh, I don't know if this is rude or not, and I don't really care. Is your sister more insane than you?
Sure. Claire will just like think for a second, being like, "Okay, no, he's just weird, not trying."
He's very excited seeming.
Yeah, he's just weird and very
Wants to meet someone interesting.
very, very peculiar. He's not saying anything bad by the things he's saying, unless he says it up front, and then like, he's odd. No, I don't think so.
That's a shame. To go through all of that for all of you to be cursed with mundanity.
Claire will just think of what she wants to say, but like not be like, wait, what? No, I don't want to like argue with him about like no, I am crazy.
Seize that moment of weakness and go, I mean, for all that you suffered, I would have at least hoped that you would have gained something out of it. Insanity or not. We can only take good things from things that happen to us, after all. Else we'd be crazy to take the bad ones.
I mean, I think I took some good things out of it. And,
I'm not seeing them right now. But I suppose our definitions might be different.
yeah, that could be it. Maybe we're just not in a situation for me to show them.
What would be the situation?
If
you had to, pardon my pun, set the scene.
Claire's just, like, I gotta think, racking your brain a bit. Maybe more like hunts and stuff? Like, dealing with more intense situations, like, grim everywhere, more, danger.
Danger, grim. Right.
Yeah, like, huntsman stuff that's not like what I just said, which is just a fake mission of walking down the alley.
Right.
Like an actual, like, huntsman mission.
No. I see. Thank you, in fact. That illuminates something for me. I understand a bit better now. A trigger system. Right. You've given me a lot to think about. Thank you. You can have all that equipment.
Thanks.
I don't know how to use most of it. It's some of the newer stuff. I don't like it. Anyway, I'll be on my way now. I do have a stolen car to report.
No, I hope that works out for you. And hey, if you want to talk more, I'm sure we'll run into each other.
Well, I do hope it works out for me as well. I doubt they'll wish to speak to me because they'll think I won't turn them in, but I'm more curious about why they thought they could get away with this in the first place. It's not a hard thing to track a car, after all. Anyway, yes, thank you. I appreciate you as always, Miss Sora, and I hope to see you again very soon. I promise. It'll be very fun.
Yeah.
For me, at least.
Till next time, Perry.
I'll do.
Claire will just look at the equipment on the ground and just, like, pick it up. Not of a sense of wanting it, but in the sense of, like, I can't just fucking leave this in the middle of the street.
Yeah, it's a lot of shit.
Like, I can't leave, like, a giant fucking microphone, like a fucking like a camera that you attach to your back or some shit. Like, heavy equipment. I can't just leave this literally in the middle of the street.
One's like with just a metal big box with some computers in it. You want to take any of it?
Well, yeah, no, Claire's picking all of it up.
Alright, good, yeah.
Because, no, specifically because she doesn't want to leave it in the street.
Yeah. Viridian is making his way out of the alley now as you're picking all that up. Viridian's current outfit is like, some like, I'm trying to think. I don't want to say leather pants because that sounds like weird, but I'm thinking like, fantasy leathers, hard leather and stuff.
Oh yeah,
like some hiking boots and stuff, and then, like a snug little like not turtleneck. What's a good shirt for Viridian? What the fuck would Viridian wear? God, I just had a moment of like, what does Viridian wear? Jesus Christ. Yo, Peanut Gallery, what's Viridian wear?
What's the color?
This is such a weird question. I just never thought of this.
What's the color of his pants?
Like a brownish, like dark brown. It's like a hard leather.
Honestly, I was thinking like,
yeah,
he's wearing like a, probably like a pretty short sleeve shirt and then like a vest, but like sleeveless vest.
Ooh, I do like the vest. That's funny. I like that.
Like, so most of his arms are just exposed.
Yeah.
And maybe some gloves or something.
You do like that. Yeah, he's got the bowyer gloves on, like bow gloves on, and he's got like So he's got like an orange sleeve, like he's got like an orange vest on, like a hunting vest. Some of the orange, like in the hunting color he's got on. And then he's got like a dark green and like camouflage undershirt he's wearing, and then those like gloves. And he's got a few of his little like carved like wooden necklace design things that he's got either on his wrists in little beads or something, or on his neck. A little scruff on his chin and stuff, and a headband, like a little vacuum operation style. One of those things he picked up on the desert. Keep his bangs out of his eyes for now. And he walks out to Clara, and he's got a little like duffel bag that he definitely did not have before.
So he's just gonna look at it.
You made a pretty good deal too, huh?
Yeah. What'd you buy?
You cop?
No.
Yeah. Car, I don't know what to say. If you can give me some of that, come on.
I was like, let him take some of the equipment. Yeah, you just told me I could have this, and
All right. Well, shit. If I'd known we were gonna just have this, I could probably. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I spent some money, so y'all think I could pawn some of this off? I kind of don't have any anymore.
Yeah, you know what, Vree, it's yours. You're the one who found him anyway.
Aw, shucks. Thanks, Clara. All right. You're gonna have to trust me on this one. That this is he pats it off the back. This is a good idea. I'll get back to you on it though, 'cause I'm not in the mood to explain it right now. He says, looking around at all the people, because you're on busy city streets, constantly people walking by. It's New York City style foot traffic, you know.
Claire's just gonna raise an eyebrow. Right, maybe you can tell me back at the lodge.
I will. It's gonna be like a team thing. Don't worry.
Great.
This come on, like only a bit of it's for personal stuff. I swear, this has a point. Y'all are gonna understand it later. All right? He says, like picking up the boxes and the boom mic. I'm gonna go to a pawn shop now.
Listen,
all right?
Listen, I'm not berating you or anything. I'll just hear out what you have to say later.
Yeah, y'all better. Y'all better not tell nobody about it either. I know. Oh, fuck. What have I done? All right. Try not to tell the wrong people, at least. Now, I'm going to call up Hagios to make sure this stuff doesn't get stolen from me practically by them swindlers. I'll catch up with y'all later, all right?
Yeah, see you.
You have a good one. Man, I like this city. Chuckles off with his new hoard of electronics and duffel bag.
Claire just like stands there in the middle of the street thinking like, well, truck's still there. I'm still, where I was.
Pops in. Pulls out.
Claire will start walking across being like, good, I was about to have to jump that.
Jump it. Just not walk around. Yeah. USC Viridian's birds fly off with him to survey the area he's walking past. Alright. Well, Ben's still BRB, so you want to hit your next spot?
Sure, I can cross the street. Gotta wait for the light.
Sure, of course. Take your time.
Look both ways.
Dude, this joke's fucking... Oh, yeah. Get some tilt in.
Had to look both ways.
That's me IRL. Tilting.
I wasn't looking across the street.
I was checking between my eyes. Alright. Yep. Okay. Right. So, you can make your way.
And get fucked bottom left of the city.
Yeah, not Kiara.
It doesn't have anything there.
Yeah, exactly. Destroyed. Awesome. Yeah, so, Anyway, I guess this is okay. Yeah. There's a bit of a commotion as there's a group of people being screamed at by a man on the steps of the church who was in a, let's say, trying to think of a generous way. It's not like he looks like he's in rags, but it's all homemade robes and stuff. They're not bad looking, but they're very utilitarian based. They don't look fancy. Nothing about him looks fancy. He's wearing like leather, like bound sole feet, like shoe things, and he's an older man with a bit of a shaved head, some white wispy hair. Not wispy, sorry, white thick hair. I was thinking like wispy, like it's, bright, sort of like whitish, ghostly, but no, it's still pretty thick hair, all things considered. He has a darker brown tint to some of the roots around it and stuff. So you imagine he had a like brown or oranger hair when he was, younger. And he's got a fiery steel complexion as his cheeks are flushed a bit, but he still has this copper sort of skin, so it doesn't darken too much. And his eyes are kind of practically bulged out as he's screaming out towards this group of the crowd that's kind of muffled as you're making your way across the street in the cars or stuff. And, some cars slow down to, like, either honk or or actually hear what he's saying. And this crowd is just basically kind of stuck around him of passersby who are getting caught up in the crowd already, and then some of them get more glued to and interested in what's actually happening here. As you see, Officer Brandy is trying to find a purchase or some way he can get through the crowd. So he's pacing a few times and kind of squeezing parts, and people are just ignoring him.
I have a question.
Sure.
In Mantle, how frequent are just preachers just in the streets?
Oh.
Obviously different religion.
Much more common than any place, than Vacuo and Shade. And you were much more used to things like this because the freighters have a lot more people that take Brandywine's approach, and especially in the building like vacuum of the revolution, like because the revolution had that sort of
they even
Martin Luther King effect where there was a purging of the previous level of authority within the Freighters Church. So the new reformation that was taking place on the sidelines as spiritualism was called into question due to the sort of incestuous nature of royalty blending with the church in the Freighterism, led to a lot more guys like this standing on street corners telling you what you've done wrong about yourself, or of coming either that or getting into fights with others who are saying you are fucking sinners for literally castigating and throwing out our prophets of the brothers. You are fucking fools. So there's a lot more religious tension in Freighterism popularity and people and of the Fen trying to sneak in and get some in. So there's a lot of this in Mantle, because when it's cold, desolate, dark, and people work in mines and awful frozen hellholes, they need a lot more anger in their spiritualism.
Yeah, and Clara, spending all of her teenage years in the city surrounded by that kind of atmosphere, is probably more used to actually saying things like this.
Yeah, Clara's not phased, necessarily. Maybe surprised because, it's been a while. But, this isn't something she's never seen before. Definitely.
Yeah, she's a freighter. She's not, a zealot. But, she has, even through just, passing by, heard these speeches often. So she'll see this crowd and just kind of see Brennywine. I think that's how you say it, right?
Brandywine, yeah.
Yeah.
Or what were you saying? Inverno, Brandywine, yeah.
Yeah.
Father Inferno.
She'll see Brandywine kind of like preaching as she's walking up, and just kind of like instinctually kind of get a feel for probably what's going on. As she'll start to walk up, she'll also probably spot Brandy, like, on the side of the crowd.
Here's the level of energy we're working with Brandywine. You are centered in the corner of the Inferno, pressed to the walls, as the city of Jarl is falling closer and closer into a cage of debauchery and sin. These streets lined with drugs, hookers, whores, and those who would imbibe in them. Your faith has left you, and we are sent spiraling towards an apocalypse. And those who laugh on these jaded streets, ignore what is above you, for you cannot even see her mother's guidance from this cage of debauchery. You block out the moon. You fucked out your very gateway towards heaven. You fools, sinners, heathens, disgusting. I condemn all of you. You've condemned us all to death. No stop, no brakes on this train.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of that's the MO. They don't stop yelling because
it's very spirited.
Yeah, they never stop yelling. So
Claire feels tight. You give me a zeal roll, actually.
What's like the context of this?
To see how much if you roll high, you're less kowtowed by hearing things. It's like, do I have, am I good? Am I, like, able to be, like, I can feel how I want? Or is it, oh, fuck, he's really going in on this, huh? And kind of, like, shrug, like, sheepish, like, ooh, he caught my eye at one point and said debaucherous, and I feel kind of oof right now.
Right, well, I have a +7, so I'm pretty confident I can do whatever I want.
Yeah. Yeah, you're pretty good. It's not like you're ready to convert or anything. But you can feel his own, like, passion as you see him, like, spit and scream and pound his radix as he talks and, like stare out at people with this sort of, like you feel the intensity of it, and you can feel that he doesn't have a directed anger towards who he's screaming at. It's more just like a fury, but it's not so spiteful, if you know what I mean.
No, I get you.
He's a spirited guy, but he's not malicious.
When you're making a speech like this, it's not like you're literally directly yelling at the guy in front of you in the crowd.
Yeah.
You're just yelling to a crowd.
Yeah, for all he's saying and jabbing at people, he is continually attempting to, relay something towards them. And his condemnation of their lackadaisical approach towards their morality here seems to be the key of what he's getting at. If you wish to do a acumen roll, you could also remember, maybe hear what he's talking about and understand if what he is illuminating through his references towards either passages or just words.
Sure,
or you can say nah.
No, I'll go for it. But my studies of the Radic with Viridian haven't been very lengthy so far. So
Radics, but yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, you don't really know the passage structure, he says, but with that's definitely enough to be like comparing it to Ja'al is the J-A apostrophe A-L. Ja'al is the, I think I've actually mentioned this one's campaign. It's the fucking Sodom and Gomorrah equivalent for us for quick referencing of, like, debaucherous city that fell under the weight of its own sin through the ignorance and refusal to accept the morality of not taking some actions and things like that. And he is just saying that fucking Mountain Glen is a modern day Ja'al. This place is a shit hole filled with sin, drugs, and awful indulgences, and the people are taking no self-reflection on this. They're not excising it from themselves, and he's condemning them for that.
Right.
And, referencing the crumbling of the city and stuff. saying this place will crumble under its own weight. With no light of the moon, it'll crumble under its own weight. Just like how Jaw was, covered in a place until clouds came over and it just fell down on itself and had no, it was a clouded day, so it's not like the goddess was above them. Because, in reference, most of the time people are like, the moon is the goddess. So if the moon's not up and it's hidden away from you, you're doing something bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. But, you catch that as Officer Brandy lets out a sigh, takes off his hat, and rubs his sweaty forehead as he's getting nervous at how big this crowd's getting. Right, master. Oh dear. What am I gonna do?
Hi, Officer Brandy.
Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, this sort of happy day. Not so much now for the Brandywine. Oh, jeez. Yeah, let the old bat out of the place. He's not supposed to be, we're not one for public speaking like this. Here, you need a bit of a license for that, and I can tell you that Father Brandywine is not one for licenses in the first place, or most things.
Yeah, usually you'll find people that will, that can put that much passion to speeches like this. They don't really care about things like that.
Oh, you're a bit of a connoisseur, I see. That's jolly good. I have to deal with a lot of people who want to do a lot of things with passion that they shouldn't be in my profession as well.
Yeah, we got a lot of people that make speeches like this back home.
Oh, that's real intense then, huh? But Father Brandywine's a real, right good public speaker and all that, but even still, law's the law, and I gotta quiet him down before he gets too many people riled up to seeing this on not what we call up to standards on public indecency of sorts.
Seems like it's pretty tough work you got cut out for you.
Yeah, I'm working my way through. Yeah, he says as he's squeezing in between two guys. I'm making it. I'm making it.
Hope you're prepared, Officer Brandy. He's probably not going to stop yelling even as you try and take him down.
Oh, that's alright. I wouldn't dare try and take him down. I've just got to tell the father to get inside about this thing. I'm in mass every time I can make it and all that. I know he doesn't think I'm exactly one of them, but I'm gonna have to really put in the effort today to calm him down. Yeah, wish me luck on, huh?
Yeah, I hope it goes painlessly.
Oh, thank you. Says as he's slowly sliding into the crowd and you lose sight of him except for just the tip of his hat as he pushes his way through. Do you want to stay for any more and push through your way, or just leave Officer Brandy to his fate?
I think I'm not gonna push through the crowd. I'll kind of stick around to see, how this goes.
Yeah. It is Bert getting in his face as Inverno is screaming at the crowd, but now relaying it towards him as Officer Brandy is red in the face, slowly kind of putting up a hand and just trying to slowly corral him back towards the church until he's lightly pushing him into the church as Inverno is screaming over his shoulder at the people, their ignorance and foolhardiness, probably blowing out Burke's ear as he is able to, after, this is going on for minutes, push him in and convince him to stay back in his building. As slowly people in the crowd will kind of snap free of the rapturous state. And a few of them will start to wander off, but this, hesitant Veilishman, frightened Veilish woman, a Veilish man, they're all kind of looking among themselves and kind of look at the church and also slowly file in they've realized oh, well, this speech got to them as Burke also disappears in. You hear the echoes of yelling still from within the confines of the church. Pretty religious, huh?
Well, see, I'm thinking if I want to go try and talk to him.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he will always be at the church if you want to talk to him at a later date. Don't worry. You now know there's a location and a point to it.
Yeah, I guess I can just do that later.
You do whatever you want. I just don't want you to feel like you'll miss something.
No, I want to talk to him now, if I can.
Cool. All right.
At least
Cool.
walk into the church to see, like, you know, now that he's inside a building, is he still yelling so fervently now that it's, like, less people and it's in a building?
Right. 1 second. Just populate this a little bit. Oh, did I fucking delete Bird? Where'd it go? There it is. Let me double check that I didn't fuck with my other copy and paste. Okay. Okay. Bird. Okay. I have church music. No. I'll just go with. Nah, that's all too military. I'll go with Iron Command then. Oh, right, I need to grab Clara. Almost forgot. So Clara's gonna head in the church. Interested in what's on the other end of this.
Oh, yeah, Claire's naturally curious, and it's like, well, I mean, how does the village preacher compare to, you know, one from Mantle?
Curiosity, Felix.
Also, like, he's, like, preaching that, like, the city is based in sin. Like, I mean, I mean, he must have, like, something to say. It could be interesting in some regard. I'm also new here, so, hey, you know, one in Rome.
Yeah, exactly. You recognize some of the people who just come in are being gestured to, like, go sit down and pray by him at the front of the congregation. There's a few people who are just already in here, you know, coming in to pray whenever they want. It's a very simple building. I should have noted on the outside it does have a sort of retro-y architectural look because it's clearly not made to the large scale or by refined means. It was probably built very old-fashioned, like no dust manufacturing, utilizing dust to build or construct it. Wood, old style, sort of laying structural parts of dust to then like mix into concretes and things like that. You know, a homegrown sort of look to the church. You know, old dust techniques for building and current dust techniques for building. Change from, you know, the old days when we could throw down stone dust and make shitty stone walls, and now when we use dust to mix and create concretes and replicate actual building construction of the modern age because it's much more secure than just throw up some wood dust.
I had to assume. I mean, I'm making an assumption, but is God, what's their religion's name again?
Ventarianism?
Yeah, I assume like probably the average Fen church is probably like more low key than the average Frater church.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially because Claire also, you know, lived in Manto, which also probably has the main Frater church in part of it, where like, you know,
yes, it has
the heads of the religion used to stay before, you know, the revolution.
Yes. Yeah. They stay now still, obviously, but
Well, yeah, but like, you know.
You know, yeah. No. Sorry. It's the place in the freighters is called. I'm pulling it back up so I can see it. It's where the fuck is this? Director. The Bran. That's what the Vatican equivalent of the freighter is called, the Bran, which was, of course, the Dracula's estate, and the big building on their estate.
So Clarice is kind of walking through the church, just taking it in, mentally comparing it to the churches she went to back home.
Yes, everything about, especially Brandywine's church here, no gaudiness, simple rough wood benches and things like that, an organ for music and stuff, barely stained glass, just simple stuff, even the cross and stuff. There's not too much ornamentation about these things, all practicality. Creaky floorboards as you walk in.
Right.
And Inferno is furiously reprimanding Burke, who looks a little apologetic and has his hands in his hat as he's apologizing to the older man for issuing him back in here.
Claire will not to start to approach, but it's not like she's literally just walking straight up to him, because he's in the middle of talking to Burke, and he might then transition into giving a sermon or something. She's not ready to interrupt what he's doing.
No, yeah. He reaches into his waistband, which he has a couple of pockets and stuff, and he has a little stick on it, like a switch, and he whaps Burke upside the head with it. And the officer just kind of flinches and throws up his arms to stop him again, but takes it very, very bravely, and not just tackling the old man. He goes, "Right, Father. Right. I'll ruminate on this then. Yes. Oh, thank you for understanding," he says as he rubs his red welt on his head. As Inferno glares at him as he hooks off a little bit. Sees Clara quickly puts his hat back on. Inferno coughs and he takes it back off. He goes, "Yeah, don't wear any hats and things in here. You're not supposed to hide much of your head from the goddess and all that. I've got to gotta go say some apologies and stuff for this. You're a brave girl for coming in here. You probably shouldn't."
Good luck on the rest of your shift.
"Oh, goddess knows I need it," he says as he takes the back pew to kind of lean down and pray a little bit. As Inferno turns towards you, then he does a big eye pop out, scrutinizing, big furry eyebrows glare thing as he's staring at you after being surprised by something. "Come here, girl!"
Claire will just start to walk up.
Yeah, he's gonna, he's an older guy, and he keeps himself pretty right. He doesn't look super creaky or rickety or anything. He looks healthy, but he's still a bit shorter and has just a little hunch to his back. He's 5'8" or something, and he's gonna reach up and grab Claire's chin and tilt her head down to stare up into her eyes as he gets close to her face. Brushes some hair away. "Blazes, look at you! What are you wearing?"
Claire just kind of looks at him real close. Not really sure how to respond to that, because she knows he's probably going to keep talking.
He grabs at your shirt a little bit and goes, "This thing couldn't be tighter if I wanted it to be. No, if it wanted it to be, not him."
I guess?
Blazes. Fire and stone. But to think you would look like that. You should be on your knees, apologizing for that sort of thing.
I'm sorry?
Not to me, you ingrate! Gotta save me.
Yeah.
And you.
Right. Sorry, I'm still kind of new with all the goddess stuff.
His eyes bulge. Awful. Unbelievable. What they tell and teach. How little reach you can have. Terrible. All our fault here. Weak humans. And for someone like you to go without it, he says as he paces towards the, lectern area and sighs as he rests against it. Regrettable.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Don't you know anything, girl? Her
Her gaze is in your glass.
Yeah, I have heard that one.
Oh, you've heard that one before. But you're still unfamiliar.
Yeah,
Would you take now not the blessing of the goddess and still not indulge yourself in setting yourself upon the path of understanding and becoming our beacon?
as Clara will just, like, pause for a moment, and kind of like, looking directly in the eyes, I've been attempting on taking steps towards that. At least towards learning what that means. It's just been taking time.
Babes should know before they can walk.
As Claire just, like, stays silent for a moment. Like,
Oh, we're right in the world, that's how things would be, he says, continuing on his own little rant for that second as he huffs a bit.
You gotta excuse me, Father. I didn't really grow up learning anything like this.
That makes me sick.
I'm from Mantle.
Goddess, take me now. It's like I've let the deceiver in my own doors. In guise of all that is good. Perhaps my faith is shattered. Or, no, perhaps my faith has blinded me. You take what I see most precious and twist it among your wrist.
The fuck did he mean by that?
Give me a wet roll. Now you're wet. I'm sorry, I blinked.
Wait, no, it should be an 8. My wit's 3. That was acumen.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's what I was gonna say.
8. Yeah, 8. You think he means that he doesn't like you for some reason? Maybe it's because you're from Mantle.
I don't know, probably because I'm a fan?
No, you're a freighter. He's the fan.
I'm a freighter.
Yeah, no, and that he said that he feels like he got tricked because you have silver eyes, and he's like, that's good. And he's like, wait, no, the deceiver's tricking me. And you don't know what that shit about the wrist was. That kind of sounds like a shorthand from a passage.
Yeah, that's what.
Anytime he talks in weird words, you assume it's shorthand from a passage.
That's what that confused me.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I definitely didn't mean to come in here and deceive you or anything like that. I guess I was just curious, is all.
Curiosity, I see. The beginning of it all. That's the problem.
I got the chance to speak with a bishop before, but...
A bishop? You?
Yes, Dr. Gosmer?
A doctor. A doctor, a bishop. By my stars, that is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. Is a cobbler a chef, girl?
Claire's like, almost confused. Is Dr. Gosmer not a bishop?
I care not for a man who calls himself of two cloths. If thou cannot devote thyself to your own position under the goddess's tutelage, what do you have in this world? Should you keep one foot in another, you are simply split, allowing yourself to be deceived. There is no good man who could be a bishop and a doctor, only one of sin. For he has allowed his gaze to wander from our holy radiance.
Because he didn't commit to one or the other.
Yes, that is what I just said. And when I say one or the other, I mean to take part in the cloth and only use it as a trifling boon is merely the work of socialites, the most repugnant of people.
Claire thinks that, like, people that she's met already in the city, like Barnaby or Enoch.
Yeah, the most repugnant of people.
Kind of got a point, bro. He seemed to have, well, pretty large view of the Radix and everything.
You dullard, any man can read a book and twist its meaning towards their own perception. One's faith is what judges thy position in this space without holy guidance.
And you're saying he didn't have enough faith?
Nay, of course not. One could not simply keep themselves towards this position in half-hearted attempts. It is the most intimate, the most blessed position to be, to serve thyself in full to the goddess. If that were not enough for a man, they are truly one with a debauchery that goes beyond bounds. If her infinite love and guidance is not enough for you, you are simply living a lie filled with sin and indulgences, attempting to fill a hole that you do not truly understand, because that means you have refused her love.
Claire, thinks on sin, and then, thinks about what he said. Not fully getting it, but then it's like, oh, that's what he meant by my clothes.
Simple and honest. That is the only life a Fen can lead.
Right.
Do you not feel it, girl? An emptiness? A twisting need for things that are not what you were needed for. You stretch thyself like a pelt, torn off a beast, and to be tanned under your own desires, beaten, raw.
And Claire's kind of just using all her brain power to even, kind of keep up with what he's saying.
What form would you twist yourself into?
What do I do?
What do you force yourself to do? Yes.
I'm trained to be a huntsman.
Verily, a huntsman. I will be a huntsman. A waste of an opportunity, if you have no understanding of your place in the world. Blessed be by the goddess. You would turn to the cloth of sword and dagger without any understanding of its birthright. You would claim the position, he says, folding his arms, looking more and more self-assured and, condescending, of a huntsman, a pauper, a fool, a pauper in the prince's clothes.
Claire will take it back from being like, Jesus Christ.
I would spit upon you should I not be blessed with infinite forgiveness by the goddess's will.
Why would me trained to be a huntsman? What is...
You twit! You absolute fool! You bellend! Forgive me, goddess. I cannot contain myself. Those who call themselves huntsmen of cloth and dagger know nothing of the art. They are parroting a once long-held tradition originating from her goddess's guidance. Our tradition, one that they have stolen away and filled with and have emptied from all possession. The grim, would thy have been swept clean from this remnant of a wasteland, have only managed to promulgate at this point, due to thou and thy kind of black cloak of crooked dagger. You hunt with no knowledge of why you hunt, with no guidance, with no protection, so that the sin, the guilt, the grim feast upon you as you cut them down. One by one, two are split from each blade.
I know why I hunt.
Nay, you put purpose to it, but you don't know why. Do you speak with the goddess, girl? Do you feel the wind? Do you feel the touch of her on the wind? Do you see her cries through every river? Do you feel her embrace from the sun?
No.
Then no, you are no huntsman. You are merely a fool, indulging in thy own devouring of monsters, such as they will devour us and you. For all sin comes from self-indulgence, and you, my girl, are filled with it. Look upon thy reflection and find the goddess in your gaze. Look for something of wholeness in your life. You, empty being, represent everything that comes falling down upon a city like this.
It's Claire's thinking on that. You were talking a lot outside about what's wrong with the city here.
Yes. You have ears, good.
I mean, it seems like everyone loves it here.
Of course they do. Nitwits, lamb, all to the slaughter of their own depravity. The grim will feast upon this place, come thy next, whenever the goddess shall allow herself to finally forgive herself for allowing them to succumb to the deceiver's bent. But no, 'tis a losing battle that she would fought here. For us, her soldiers, have already dwindled to a number I could barely count.
You're talking about the monastery, right?
Huh. Yes, in a name, the monastery, he says kind of grimly. Haha, yes. Even the Maria is twisted to its design by now. Used by socialites, the sickening whelps of society. Pray tell, I'm sure you've met them in good company, that doctor of yours. They twist and pervert its means, lose sight of its goals. The goddess cries the most for those, for they are so wicked she is not even sure she could save them. This city, filled with the cows of pleasure, grind and cry out for more and more, until this weighted down mass will crumble upon them. It is a place of only self-indulgence, run by a man who has no care for himself or thy others, only for hedonistic desires. Filled with those who would dance to the tunes of others, towards a profitful king that fills himself with delusions of grandeur. The Valish kingdom is fully corrupt, and this new iteration will only be worse, should it not be smited any day now.
Claire will be taking her back and like, oh, Jesus Christ, he just literally just said, fuck the king. I thought you weren't allowed to say that.
Slams the lectern as he gets more fired up. Sorry, go ahead.
As Claire will kind of look at him for a moment. I feel like Governor McDonald's trying his best.
Nay, don't speak the devil's name, or the deceiver's name in here, he smacked. For he has tricked thy own wit. He has taken advantage of what little good is left in a husk like yourself. You are being preyed upon by grim and man alike, and it makes I sick. But you cannot see it. You, who would unveil everything with the eyes of the goddess, cannot see it. Should they shine, you will find yourself burning, dying, bleeding, grim. This city, look upon it with your eyes, glasses of the goddess. Look, pray tell, not at their faces, but at their souls, the light in their eyes, the only glass you can gleam through. You will see nothing but horror, these monsters that walk the street in human skin, grim, all of them, demons, disgusting, filled with their own inhibitions, twisted only for their own indulgences.
Claire,
you cannot walk blocks in the city without finding some torrid whore, some dealer, some murderer. Or even worse, a socialite.
So Claire's trying to piece this together, because he said grim a lot, but then he just directly called, not the grim outside, but said the grim are going to burn down the city, then called the people here grim.
Yeah, he's like equivocating like sin with grim.
Yeah,
which isn't uncommon from your understanding.
Yeah. But it's like, you know, when it says like, oh, the grim are going to destroy the city. Like the first thought is the ones outside, and then it's like, oh, he kept talking, and eventually he just directly referred to the people here as grim. So it's like, oh, he's talking about the like
how the moral fibers of the city is going to cause it to collapse.
Yes.
Yeah.
It finally clicked. That's exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah.
As Clarice is like kind of just listening, trying to understand what he's saying. At least, like, I mean, fuck, Jesus Christ, she's not this high power level to fully understand a Fen preacher. Yeah. But you know, she's attempting to keep an open mind and kind of listen to him. Not like, you know, agree with him or like, I'll do what you say, but be like,
I found a new funny friend, Gwen.
I know what you mean.
Fuck off, I'm trying to be serious.
No, you are being serious, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm having so much fun in my game. My bad.
Jesus Christ, don't make me the bad guy.
You're not the bad guy.
But yeah, Claire's like she's not like looking taken aback by him being like, oh, you're debased in sin. You fucking rat. That like you have a single thread left that might save you, and it's your fucking eyes. Maybe if you decide to actually fucking open them.
Yeah, open your eyes.
As Claire's just kind of listening, just being like, well, I'm here.
This city, built upon the structure it was used for, war, torrid hatred, for own nation's sordid desires, leaders who see nothing but their own people as weights, objects that they can utilize. No spiritualism is left within these kingdoms' management. It will all fall asunder. There is no saving them. Only those who have only been misguided by the deceiver. Should I save one soul in a lifetime, it will have been worth the suffering. For the goddess will embrace me for any of my faith, let alone my work. Do you, girl, not see anything?
Give me a second.
Sure.
It's a bit of a complicated question.
Attack him.
No.
Okay.
Trying to think. It's not so very often I have to.
It's not my strongest suit.
Something's my strong. Talking isn't my strong suit, and then this like philosophical talking.
And talking as Clara is even harder.
You sort of fucking rolled it in, man.
Huh?
Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Can you repeat the last thing you said?
Like how much?
Just like the last couple words.
Oh, he was saying, can you not see, girl? Do you not see this?
Well, it's gonna take some time to contemplate that, and just try and look at him very just frankly. I guess not.
He glares at you for a second, reaches his bag and pulls out a switch and slaps you up the head with it. It like stings a little bit. It's like a a switch, it's a branch and stuff. Just hits you on the forehead with it.
Claire will look a bit taken back because she didn't activate her semblance. It'd probably be rude.
Yeah, exactly.
And she'll just rub her head a little bit. That stings.
Deceiver has taken you already, girl. I know not what I can do for someone who has glass of nothing.
Yeah.
You blind, horrid being. His claws are too deep, perhaps.
This guy's just kind of thinking, well, I guess I'm sorry, Father.
Nay, no apologies will be accepted by a vested member of the clergy. No, any who would take them indulges in themselves, an ego not befitting to a tool of the goddess. Apologize to the self through the goddess. Find her love. It sickens me to know those can be without it, especially one in your station. Find something true to yourself and to the goddess, and you will find infinite warmth beyond any sort of sinful desire that you could discover elsewise. The mere fact that you would wish to apologize to me disturbs only my greatest senses.
He smacks you again with the switch.
Be gone, deceiver, be gone! For in her infinite forgiveness, I must attempt to imitate it, and I will do what I can, but you shall be gone in the name of the goddess. Prevent thyself from discovering the weaknesses of this girl. Swap. That's it again. For her glass leads to the lens of the soul, which brings us closer to the goddess. For you torment her so, I cry for her, for she is one who deserves only better.
To give you a reference, whenever he's hitting Claire, she's not moving her hands to block it. She's just kind of taking the thwacks. Like, she'll, like, close her eyes when she gets smacked, but, like,
Yeah.
she won't, like, she won't be like Burke Brandy and, like, try and, like, you know, move the hand to try and block it.
Yeah.
She'll just kind of take it. Just very, well,
She's a good Catholic.
It's not the worst. I've been hit before. Could always desactivate my semblance. His Claire's just like...
You mean to mock me?
How do you mean?
You have no repentance.
Didn't you just tell me not to apologize to you?
I told you to apologize to thyself and the goddess.
Now?
Phyllis whispers, "You must celebrate! You must celebrate!"
as Claire will just like kind of like acknowledge what she said and just then try and go quiet and just like put her hands together to pray.
Smacks you again. She goes, "In the pews! In one of the pews! Go to the back!"
Claire will move.
Yeah. Hits you on the way out as you slide in and can sit down the pews, and Burke will, as Father Brandywine busies himself looking for something on the lectern and taking in some breaths as he's getting some water. Burke will lean forward. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, he's a bit of a spirited old fella. You can just sit there for a while. Wait, that's the wrong end. You can just sit there for a while. I'm sure he'll won't notice if you slip out there.
Yeah, I think I can pick my moment.
Yeah, he's a bit scary, I know, but I think he means well. He's certainly entertaining to get the spirits riled up and all that. I've never felt more religious than I've been leaving one of his sermons. Just don't like it when he hits me.
I mean, gotta say,
Shh, be quiet.
I think he has most of the preachers back home pretty beat when it comes to ferocity.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, there's no half doing it with Fuller and Verno. He's well, he's certainly known. He's the most genuine man I know.
Yeah, I think I could pick that up.
But I have that kind of compassion. I think I'd be pretty cross, yeah?
Huh.
You gotta be pretty upset all the time if you care that much.
Yeah.
That's how I figure it.
That's
Probably a generous way to look at it, but, well, he's old enough to, earn it.
well, even if it's generous, I don't think there's anything bad about being generous, though.
Yeah, I suppose not. It can get you into a lot of trouble if you're generous to their own people, though.
Yeah, but he doesn't seem like the... Well, he doesn't exactly seem like the wrong people.
Yeah, no, he's good people. Besides the nasty little switch.
Yeah, thankfully, it's not that bad, at least for someone like me.
Oh, right. I suppose not. I guess it would be the words that would hurt then.
More than hurt, they're just kind of confusing.
Ooh, don't think on them too much then. If I do, when they're confusing, it makes me feel real bad when I figure them out later.
Yeah, maybe it's my upbringing that's making them even harder to understand.
Don't let me hear that.
I already kind of told that to him.
Well, maybe he'll be a bit too busy to catch you in the street next time you're walking by then.
Oh, I guess we'll find out.
You do got them eyes. I think he's gonna like those.
Yeah, I kept mentioning them, said I was wasting the goddess's gift of glasses.
It means glass is like they call the glass that normally is like something of a film. They call eyes glass because early on they say you can see a person's soul in their eyes. Something is like a thing the fans always say. So that's why silver ones are like real regarded highly. He says, kind of bobbing his head a little bit. It's like seeing the goddess in someone. So yeah, it's like looking through a lens is what he means, I think. Not that you have glasses.
Yeah, I picked up it was like a metaphor.
Right.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of.
Yeah, you could always get away with calling them gray.
I don't think I can get away with that at this point.
Right. Well, don't say I didn't try and warn you.
No, I appreciate it.
Right.
I think I'll probably stick around here for a good while before I take my chance to duck out.
Oh yeah, no, you can make it now. I think.
You
Sure?
think?
Yeah.
Scar's like hesitating back. Is he looking away long enough?
He's not gonna catch up with you. You can scram.
As Claire will try and get out of her seat.
You can make it out of there. Rick will return back to his pew, and you will jet. All right. Oh boy.
I like Mr. Environment.
A few moments later.
What? Okay, never mind. Now I'm actually.
Now I'm pissed.
Now I'm actually pissed off.
All right, fellas. I hope you had a good time. We're gonna pick up next time on a little more hanging around the city, and then we'll get to the next event. One could say might happen. I don't know. It's funny to me this episode because we did meet like 3 new characters. It seemed very downplayed.
This is how it goes.
We do have a problem, boys. We have a fight in the midst. We have Supernova Civil War. Clark versus Wayne.
Yeah.
The team is literally split down the middle.
I mean, is it really a fight?
It's a civil war.
It could end in blood.
This is pretty bad. One's pretty pissed.
Mm-hmm.
As Felix and Breen discussed, wow, a bunch of things happened that made Gwen extra upset. Fuck! It's the perfect storm!
This is just terrible.
Bro, was like, I miss when she was just, fuck. I miss when she was just funny.
I miss when she was serious.
This is serious. This is a Gwen arc. What's in the duffel bag Viridian bought?
Oh no.
Do you have any guesses?
I can't believe that Noah had that Wayne scene to punish me later for not being with Viridian all the time, so he bought drugs. That's so fucked up, man. God, my DM hates me. What the fuck?
Oh, we had to see Lance and Wayne. That sucked. Noah's trying to railroad us.
He said he was gonna bring us somewhere. I was excited. Then I got not excited. Fucking God, forcing me into the church? What the fuck, Noah?
What the fuck, dude? That was so fucked up.
I was just surprised you had a map for the church.
Yeah, that's kind of schizo, honestly.
Dude, I mean, I made Father Brandy one. I'm not gonna be like, talking the church. Hold on. I know we're doing the outro right now, but I want to here direct your attention over at the church. I'm not gonna go. Okay, you two go to talk to Father Brandywine in the church. I didn't want to do this.
I honestly,
I've done that before. I didn't want to do it.
I thought that's what you were going to do.
That's fair because I used to do that more
but
often.
I thought that was going to be a thing of like, oh, you just didn't expect me to actually say I want to go into the church now.
I decided to start prepping simple inside maps because it's not that big a deal when I stop myself from making them way too big and complicated.
Yeah, you just make his character trait being low key.
Yeah,
perfect.
Exactly. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I had a pretty good time myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, cool. Fun. I think if there's nothing else, Blake, please.
If you like what we do here, please like, comment, and subscribe down below. Let us know how we're doing. Let us know if you're, as we said in the last Supernova Safari, if you don't like how often we take breaks, please let us know down below, because it is in your right as someone that sits through these long episodes to at least complain that you don't have more long episodes to sit through. Also, we apologize, this one's on the shorter side, but this is how we roll.
Owned.
But yeah, other than that, please check out the aforementioned Supernova Safari, our podcast that we run. You know, pretty good. Pretty good. We're getting to an exciting part, which is the end of the fucking Grim campaign. Which is... Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh boy. What a time to be alive.
And then we all get to discover what comes after the Grim campaign's over. Who knows? We don't.
I have an idea.
Yeah, no one might know, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Also, check out down below the link to the One Piece game, the new Duck Hearts, run by myself, played with Noah. It's pretty good. I'm sure you'll enjoy it if you enjoy what we do here. Pretty much, you know, similar. But you could also see us in our early days because it's actually the first thing we did. Other than that, I guess just stay tuned for more fun Mountain Clan action. As Clara said, she's going to leave the city better than when she found it. And let's see how she does that.
Clara, no.
You think I didn't deliberately try and say that?
Of course. Alright guys, well thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Stay safe.